Hello, everyone. My name is Savvas Kastanakis, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the University of Twente. And today I'm going to present to you one of our ongoing projects. This research is funded by the Dutch Research Council under the European and Katrine projects. And this is a joint work with Siam Katka, Ibrahim Adjo, and Christian Hesselman. The title of this presentation is called Critical BGP Prefixes, and essentially it's a measurement-based analysis on critical infrastructure security. And we'll see where the measurement part comes in, what critical infrastructure is, and what we define security. Now, let's set the foundation first. The internet, as you know, it is a network of networks, and those networks are called autonomous systems, and they are called autonomous because they independently define their routing policies without the need to globally coordinate with the remaining 75,000 or so autonomous systems on the internet. Now, these autonomous systems manage their own set of IP prefixes, which essentially are blocks of IP addresses. Now, using the Border Gateway Protocol, autonomous systems advertise routes towards their prefixes to their peers or neighbors, and those neighbors propagate, based on their routing policies, these announcements further to their neighbors. And that happens continuously until all autonomous systems on the internet know a route, at least one route, to reach all prefixes. And now that's where the interesting part comes in. BGP was introduced in a far simpler time, in a time where there were only a few ASs constituting the internet, and probably network operators also knew each other. So there was no actual need to build trust in that protocol. And due to this inherent limitation, BGP still suffers from attack vectors like prefix hijacks, path hijacks, and route leaks. And this can lead to all sorts of impacts like a man-in-the-middle attack, a denial of service, or an impersonation attack. Now, I started my postdoctoral journey in University of Twente in October 2024. Now, the document you see on the left is titled Roadmap to Enhancing Internet Routing Security, and it was published by the Biden-Harris administration on September 2024. If I give you the link to that document, you won't be able to access it now, because a few weeks later, after Trump got into the administration, this document was brought down, but luckily for us, we can still access a past snapshot of it through the Wayback Machine. And if we go to the table of contents, you will see that there is a specific section called Recommended Actions, with a subsection titled Baseline Actions for All Network Operators. And of course, we are not going to spend our time reading all this, but I just want you to focus on the first highlighted part, which says every network operator should develop, maintain, and periodically update a cybersecurity risk management plan or framework. And to summarize the bullets you see below, these say know your assets, know your peers, know the criticality of your assets, be able to estimate what potential attacks could do in your assets and the whole ecosystem of your company. And that's where our part comes into play. We decided to automate this risk assessment process, not just for the lazy network operators out there, but also for the network operators that the business model of their organization doesn't really fall in line with such security practices. So we decided to incentivize those network operators by bridging the gap between policy-based recommendation and actual network practice. So we said, let's implement an open source BGP risk assessment toolbox, which can help both network operators and policymakers devise their own strategies. But, you know, we are researchers, we aim to publish papers. So this toolbox, fingers crossed, is going to drive a series of studies which are potentially going to become published papers. So far on paper, these are the things we claim to have implemented. And this is what our toolbox currently looks like. So as you can see, we created a box of tools. The blue tools have to do with the network posture of an autonomous system, and specifically certain prefixes of an autonomous system. And the red tools have to do with the security posture. So the way we envisioned that toolbox is that it's going to take a list of prefixes or a single prefix, then it's going to do some magic in the back, and then it's going to output a status report on the network and security hygiene of those specific assets. Let me say a few things about the tools that we used. We used a lot of RIPEstat API functionality, MaxMind for the geolocation, BGP stream to get access to routing paths, public routing paths, and then Routinator, RowVista, KDA, IODA, and Grip for the security analysis. But we are not network operators, and that means that we do not own our own prefixes, so we had to do a careful input selection and evaluate our approach on some input. So we decided to evaluate our approach on real-world datasets from critical infrastructure sectors. Now, if we start discussing what each one of us thinks critical infrastructure means, trust me, you are going to get a variety of responses, but we're not going to follow that path. We're going to follow the already defined path by governments and policymakers on what critical infrastructure means. You can see some examples on the left, like defense and national security, banking and finance, education, water, energy, health, so on and so forth. So essentially, these are the systems that if they get disrupted, that will significantly impact the public health, safety, and economic stability of our society. And many of those sectors and applications rely on heavily interconnected systems like DNS and BGP. So as you can understand, failures on such underlying systems can propagate globally, cripple online services, and impact essential and critical operations worldwide. Very important slide. What we do not study, and of course what we study. What we study is the blue circle. What we do not study is the yellow circle. So we study the internet-facing part of critical infrastructure, like online banking portals, hospital booking systems, tax filing systems, but we do not study the core infrastructure, like the traffic light control network or public safety dispatch systems. This is out of the scope of this work. Now, in some cases, the blue circle, the yellow circle relies a lot on the blue circle. That means that, for example, an online banking system heavily relies on the internet to operate. So a problem in the internet-facing part of an online banking system would also affect the total functionality of the bank. But in case of a power grid, then probably our analysis is at best an indicator on what the security practices in that company could be. And this is the whole presentation in one slide. This is our approach. So in the right, you can see that we have our toolbox, which we aim to feed with prefixes and also the owners of those prefixes. But in order to get there, we start from the top left part. So we essentially start from a list of critical infrastructure domain names. We resolve those domain names with mass DNS to their underlying IP addresses. And of course, if we have the IP addresses in our hands, then we can also get the covering prefixes and also the owners of those prefixes, which we term as critical BGP prefixes and critical autonomous systems. And then we feed this input into the toolbox. And yes, and we expect the toolbox to spit out a report on the network and security hygiene of those assets. A few more words on the input that we used. So we used two specific data sets from two websites, the basisbeveiliging.nl and hardenized.eu. Now, Basisbeveiliging is an initiative by the Internet Cleanup Foundation, and it assesses and publicly reports on the basic security of Dutch organizations. So this is a Dutch-specific data set. And as you can see on the left, if you can see on the left, there are some categories like municipalities, healthcare, water boards, safety regions, ministries, education, all these categories fall into the critical infrastructure umbrella. From those data sets, we do not consider anything about how this tool calculated the network and security posture of those domains. We only collect the domains so that we can have a starting point and do our analysis. And the same approach was followed through the hardenize.com, sorry for that, dataset, which offers comprehensive assessments for multiple countries. So from those countries, we only select Switzerland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Sweden, so that we can somehow focus our analysis on European critical infrastructure. And again, on the right, you can see, on the left, you can see that there are dashboards in this website, and on the right, you can see some of the categories like financial market, fintech, food, health, education, for that specific country. And again, we collect only the domain names. I'm not going to solve this Adobe error, but we have the toolbox, we have the approach, we have the data. So now it's time to show some results. It was easy, okay. So, first of all, a CDF is a very hard plot for me, at least, to understand when I started. So I will try to put it simply. A CDF tells us how much of the data, which is the y-axis, sits at or below a certain point on the x-axis. So what we try to draw here is the multi-homing adoption across those 5 European countries. And this can be found on the black line. We also drew for comparison the gray line, which is the multi-homing adoption of all autonomous systems on the internet, and we use the CADA AS relationships dataset for this. And I'm not going to stay on the patterns and the differences between patterns, but what I want to draw your attention on is that there is not a single black line which starts from 1. That means that there is not a single critical AS that relies only on a single upstream provider, which could also indicate that it is a single point of failure. So we start with some positive results. And we also continue with some positive results because the blue line you see over here was drawn using the RIPEstat API and specifically the visibility function. And again, for comparison, we draw a random set of prefixes as the red line. Now, I want to draw your attention in the bottom right part of the figure, and that blue line tells us that approximately 100% of the prefixes in all the countries that we studied demonstrate approximately 100% visibility rates. And that plot tells us that constant monitoring is important because if you somehow measure the visibility of your assets and you start seeing negative spikes in your measurements, that could potentially indicate that your services might become unreachable in the near future. Awesome. That's one of my most interesting results, at least for me. I wouldn't have the space to draw all of the maps for all of the countries, so I'm just focusing on the Netherlands. What you can see on the left is the European map, and what you can see on the right is the US map. So before we drew those results, we made some assumptions, and we said that we expect the critical infrastructure of a country to be geolocating mostly in the country. We shouldn't be expecting that a part of the critical infrastructure of a country should be geolocating somewhere else, because that would mean a jurisdictional dependency to a third country. So what we can see for the Netherlands here in the left map is that we have a very strong red color in the Netherlands. That's what we expect. But also we see on the right map a strong orange color, which says that critical BGP prefixes in the Netherlands demonstrate a strong presence not only in the country of origin, but also in the United States. And that heavy US concentration that is also observed in the rest of the countries, but I'm just skipping them for space constraints, suggests that disruptions or political and regulatory shifts in the US could also propagate globally and affect the Netherlands and the rest of the countries that we studied. And for those of you who like numbers, approximately 25% of the Dutch critical BGP prefixes geolocate in the US. Now, again, some weird plots. I will try to explain it simply. What we try to plot on the left is the number of hijacks on the x-axis against the total duration of those hijacks that the critical AESs among those 5 countries suffered during 2024. So the worst case scenario is to observe an autonomous system on the top right part, because that would mean that that autonomous system suffers from multiple hijacks or outages that also take a long time. Now, let's focus on the right figure. We can see that there are some AESs on the bottom right part, 6939, 2021, 20, that suffer from frequent network outages, and some other AESs, like in the top left part of the right figure, 20773, which suffers from prolonged network outages. And that can somehow help us highlight operational instability or lack of redundancy in certain CI infrastructure. But also we observe some large AESs like AT&T, Cogent, and Amazon on the left figure, and those exist on the bottom right part, which experience a big number of BGP hijacks, and that tells us that those attack vectors do not only affect small networks, but they also affect hypergiants. And even those hypergiants remain vulnerable to BGP attack vectors. So what can we do to somehow deal with those problems? I do not have the answer, and probably no one has this answer, a definitive answer, but I have the best answer so far. So the best answer is RPKI. We can use RPKI. And to put it simply, RPKI consists of 2 things. The signing of your prefixes, which is the raw part. So you need to sign a prefix and claim that you are the legitimate owner of this prefix. And the ROV part, which is the validation part. Others need to validate whether you are telling the truth or not in your announcements. Now imagine that all of the autonomous systems on the internet are ROA compliant. That means that all of them sign their prefixes. But no one on the internet validates those ROA objects. That would essentially mean that we have 0 RPKI security. And even though we observe in those 5 European countries that there is a good ROA compliance, we only observe the 67% for Sweden and more than 80% for the rest of the countries, which is far above the world average. We also observe that 40%, more than 40% of those critical AESs fail to perform ROV, and as we said, this essentially undermines the overall RPKI security. These are some suggestions, some heavily subjective suggestions. These rely on our results. So what we suggest is that network operators should prioritize the signing of their prefixes and their assets with ROA, but also deploy ROV, not just sign their prefixes. And now from the policymaker's perspective, I usually disagree when someone suggests to punish someone if they don't follow a specific technology. I'm on the other side, try to incentivize people. So I suggest that policymakers can incentivize RPKI compliance either through tax benefits or grants to smaller ISPs or medium ISPs to implement such security practices. Now, if I had to summarize the whole presentation in one slide, I would say that we aim to bridge the gap between policy-based recommendations and actual network practice. And to that end, we designed BRAD, a BGP-based risk assessment toolbox, to help us reach that goal. Now, using that toolbox, we investigated the network and security posture across 5 European countries, and 2 important insights that we get is that critical BGP prefixes exhibit a heavy concentration not only in the country of origin, but also in the US, and that is the same for all of the countries that we studied. And that means that disruptions in the US will affect the critical infrastructure of another country. And also, critical AESs demonstrate high ROA compliance to their assets, but low ROV enforcement. And that could undermine the overall RPKI security. Now, network operators could use such a tool to prioritize signing of their assets and their prefixes, or they could check the routing paths in their routing tables, and for example, prefer paths that include high enforcers of ROV, or when the average ROV score of the path, for example, is higher than other paths, then they should prefer those. Thank you for your time to watch my presentation. I would be happy to take any question both online and offline, and please feel free to send me your suggestions, positive or negative comments on my email on how this could be better implemented, fixed, or what could be added on top of that toolbox. Thank you again very much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So we have two questions. I'll go with the first person who stood up first.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation. Jeff Houston from RACI. I have two observations, and it follows a study I did on the DNS infrastructure and looking at where and how DNS resources are authoritatively served. When you talk about critical BGP prefixes, did you take into account the fact that some of these prefixes are anycast and some of them are well anycast, widely dispersed across the globe, and some of them are badly anycast, two cities right beside each other? There's no mention here of to what extent those critical BGP prefixes are anycast. You just simply say they're in the US. I suspect there's more anycast than you're making out here.
4% is the answer. Approximately 4% of the critical prefixes that we studied are anycasted, and we used two datasets to measure that. The first dataset is called Anycast Census, and the second one is from BGP Tools. So we did measure that in order to try and avoid such.
The second thing, you talk about multiple ASs, but particularly in the DNS, they're ahead of you. A number of DNS hosting providers run multiple ASs inside one organization. It looks like there are many ASs. In fact, they're all the same. And actually looking behind the ASs to find the organizational entity that is operating those ASs is actually part of diversity. For example, and I'll cite one a long way away, VN.NIC in Vietnam run 10 ASs and host their stuff on all 10. Looks great until you scratch the surface and you find it's only really one across 10 numbers.
Okay, that's a very good observation. We try to start from the bottom, so we don't really start from the organization level. We start from the domain levels and try to reach the AS.
Yes, I know, but they're ahead of you. They've seen you do it and go, well, I just have more ASs. I tick the box. When in actual fact, they're not.
I'm not sure what the answer to that question would be, but thank you for...
Careful use of the registry data will disclose whether a resource is held by the same organization or not. It's all public data.
Thank you. Thank you. I will take that into consideration.
Yeah, from this side, Andrei.
Thank you for this presentation. Andrei Bashevsky, Global Cyber Alliance. I have two questions. First one, I understand that you infer some of the prefixes from DNS data, you're looking at domains, but that's not the only one, right? Do you use any data sets to infer what prefixes belong to critical infrastructure?
So we only observe the internet-facing part of those critical prefixes. We do not see the core infrastructure, and we start from precompiled domain name datasets. So the best case scenario would be to start from scratch and build our own measurement campaign and explore our own critical prefixes, probably around the world, and then do this analysis. But I tried not to focus on the critical infrastructure part. I only used it as an evaluator for the toolbox that we try to compile. And so if we start discussing about all the problems in my definition of what critical BGP prefixes are, we might find a lot, but the point is not to focus on the critical infrastructure part, rather the functionality of the tool that we are compiling. But the answer to your question is no, we did not focus on the core infrastructure.
Okay, no, thank you. And second question, when you assessed BGP hijacks, I mean, what kind of data you used?
The tool we used is called GRIP. We use the API of GRIP. and they essentially measure MOAS events, and they rate them with suspicion scores. And we only collected high suspicion scores MOAS events, but I don't think there is a specific platform that can definitively tell you whether hijack was actually a hijack or not, or at least I cannot find a public tool, but please feel free to share.
Well, Maynard is using GRIP as well at the moment. We are looking for other providers as well. And we also ensure that there is a low rate of false positives as possible. But indeed, with this approach, you cannot be 100% sure because you're inferring the intent from outside observations. But thank you for your presentation again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments also.
Randy Bush, IJ Research in Arcus. Could you give me a clue as to how you determine if an AS is multi-homed or not?
Yes. So there is a dataset provided by CADA, and this dataset includes the relationships between autonomous systems. Now, if an autonomous system, also apart from the connections you can find in this dataset, you can also find the type of relationship. So it's fairly
I'm familiar with the CADA data. So you're saying you use the CADA data set?
Yes, that's the short answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Savvas. This is Samna from ICANN Octo. I have a question about the attribution method you use, which I assume is the core of your work, meaning to attribute, you said you started from the domain, the internet-facing domains and attribute those to prefixes. Did you have a method to evaluate your the attribution method you used? The reason why I'm asking this is because in the slide that you showed the map, you mentioned that some of the Dutch critical infrastructure are also located in the US, which could be due to many things, for example, CDN, load balance. Yeah. Did you have a method to evaluate this?
No, the answer is we didn't evaluate that approach. We followed that path because we somehow started implementing the toolbox, and we wanted to observe some first results on whether we see some weird patterns by using our toolbox. I can think of some techniques on how we could evaluate it, but at this project, no, we didn't. It's only in the first steps of its life, let's say.
Good work.
But no, we didn't.
I see we have no more questions remaining, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, next up is Leslie Daigle telling us about the microplastics on the internet, which is an interesting concept.
Interesting in every sense of the word, and sadly including the pollution ones. Yes, so I'm Leslie Daigle. I'm the Chief Technical Officer of the Global Cyber Alliance, and that organization is responsible for this work. So since 2018, the Global Cyber Alliance has had a global honey farm. And just a quick note on what that is, we have sensors across the globe just listening for things that are trying to poke them, and are being very generous in terms of what they accept by logging credentials, so on and so forth. And we basically listen to capture what are you trying to do, and what are what commands are you trying to run, which control servers are you trying to reach, what are you trying to download, and that kind of activity. So as I said, we've been collecting data since 2018. Our initial impetus was to collect data to understand what was happening to IoT devices, because this was hot on the heels of Mirai taking Dyn down. So collect the data, understand what was going on with IoT devices. And the sad realization we came to was this is not just about IoT devices. This is what's hitting every single open IPv4 port in the globe. And I know I've looked at my server logs at home, and I see some of the IP addresses in our data set, and I look for the attacking IP addresses at home. It's like, yep. So our honey farm, we updated the system at the end of last year. We are now running our own honeypot software. which is collecting data over Telnet or SSH, HTTP and HTTPS, and also SFTP, and we're continuing to add some protocols, although honestly, Telnet and SSH remain the big sources of attack traffic. But I'm not actually going to talk a lot more about us, because I want to talk about you and your networks and what we know about you. So just a very brief highlight of what it is that we see. This is 114 seconds in the life of a honey farm. So it took 114 seconds to see 1,000 attacks on our 200 sensors across the globe. And the slides are available online, and when you peer at these in more detail, the blue lines are the scans, and everything else is either an attack or the precursor to an attack on our sensors. So no, this is not just people, poking and saying, hey, look, there's an open port. This is real attack traffic. In fact, this is some real attack traffic from a network that's here at RIPE this week. And you can see it gets kind of bursty and scary big spikes. That network is also shown on this graph, but you can't see it because a couple other networks that are also here this week sent a lot more traffic our way. And this is from Q1 of this year. Again, things you can note, the attack traffic tends to be bursty. And I'll get to that, more on that in a minute. But there's always sort of this background radiation of attacks hitting us from different autonomous systems. Sometimes a lot. I think network B here has something to work out in its system, because it clearly is sending an awful lot of attack traffic at us and at every other open IPv4 port in the world. So I will mention these are networks these were ASs that are represented by people who are attending RIPE this week. I'm deliberately not saying which ASs they are, just because my point here is not to name and shame. My point here is just to illustrate what is actually happening on the internet all day, every day, and that this is the problem that needs to be solved. And these are the microplastics. And just like microplastics, you might not see them, but that doesn't mean that they aren't impacting everything in the ecosystem. This is just another graph to show you a little bit better the relationship between those four ASs. And this is, a volume measure of what we saw in Q1 of this year from those four networks in terms of attacks on our 200 sensors. So you might say, yeah, that's nice, but it's not impacting my bandwidth. What's the problem? It is impacting the value of your IPv4 addresses, because when you get spikes like I showed you on those earlier graphs, every other network in the world is busily updating their block lists and refusing traffic from your IP addresses. And you can say, well, that's fine, but I'm here to serve my customers and it's not impacting my customers, except sometimes it is. If you run cloud infrastructure, you got to know some of your customers are busy beating up others of your customers, whether they're doing it deliberately or whether they have infected machines that are not being addressed is an open question. But the point is, attacks are real and they're ongoing. And like I said, it's like microplastics. It's everywhere. It's into everything. It's clogging the ecosystem. And so we're calling it pollution. And we made an index. So if you go to gcaa.org, you'll see this graph, or an updated version of it, which shows the amount of traffic we are seeing and the amount of attacks we're seeing from each country in the globe. And it's a heat map, so obviously the darker the red, the more we're seeing normalized by population. If you scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, you can see a little bit more about how we are calculating this index, this pollution index that we've got. And our aim with this is, again, illustration. We're illustrating just how much of this there is in the world and where it's coming from. We obviously have the data. We can drill down level. We can drill down to any level we'd like. But for public purposes, we're sharing it at a country level basis here. So that's still all very generic and just tells you a little bit about volume and, you know, rate and how often and how it never stops, but who cares about it anyway? So coming back to those spikes may or may not be related to particular machines being infected. They may be related more to whether or not there are specific campaigns being run, because we are way past the point of, you know, script kiddies in their basement just sort of poking open things and saying, haha, I just tickled a machine on the other side of the globe. There are specific attack campaigns that are being run by, you know, different groups, including state actors. So, for instance, the Flax Typhoon campaign, which relies on existing tools in the operating system to, you know, basically pass as legitimate software and deploy a VPN to make a persistent connection across multiple devices, multiple machines across the globe. And this one was primarily targeting Taiwan-based hardware, but I mean, the principle applies. Once you've built one campaign, you can retarget. I will say that we saw a surge in Chinese originated attacks on our Taiwanese sensor during the timeframe of the Flax Typhoon campaign, with a peak in August of 2023. More recently, there are some Mirai variants. Mirai is the gift that keeps on giving. So there's a Mirai variant and another Kai-10 variant called capsaicin, and it's still exploiting old D-Link vulnerabilities to take over D-Link devices around the globe. And we can stand here all day and talk about how people should patch their devices, but the reality is some devices are deployed and, you know, not in accessible places or have other reasons why they can't be updated, and then they get owned. So we had a look at this particular attack fingerprint and saw a fair bit of it in the telnet traffic in our data, hitting 193 of our approximately 200 sensors. So this was from one IP address in Vietnam. It eventually got shut down. Somebody, you know, rang the alarm bell and either successfully blocked it globally or shut it down. Although we did later see another surge of these attacks coming from a different IP address somewhere else in the world. I want to talk a bit more about the Volt Typhoon campaign. From just over a year ago, the US was noting that there appeared to be a Chinese-driven campaign to take control of vulnerable routers and modems, cameras around the globe. Cameras are really particularly suspect. You know, these are the IoT devices that everybody thought, oh, people will just deploy them in their home and they're not going to be vulnerable. We don't need to have the ability to change passwords. I mean, passwords, but they are the things that get owned and controlled most often for that very reason. So in terms of Volt Typhoon, we saw a fair bit of traffic hitting our sensors across the globe, some in the US, but also in Europe and you know, parts of Asia as well. And so we dug into it a little bit more. And I will say now that at the end of the deck, which is available online, there are pointers to a variety of sources for these slides, but also pointer to some recent work that we've published on our blog, outlining more of the detail of what we've seen. But for today, this is what the Volt Typhoon attack looked like in log scale, with over 2 million attacks coming from a single autonomous system. This graph is only showing where we saw more than 10 attacks from a given AS. I mean, because, you know, sometimes it's one machine that's infected or one attacker that's living in your AS. Sometimes it's a plethora of them. The size and shape varies an awful lot. So this graph is only showing where we had more than 10 attacks from the autonomous system. Yeah, and beyond this graph, there were more than 3,400 autonomous systems that attacked us. And in this graph, where you can't possibly see it, the red lines in the graph are ASs that are here at RIPE this week. So this is not somebody else's problem. This is our problem. And this just sort of shows a little bit of the shape and nature of the attacks coming from those ASs that are here this week. Again, we can see spikes of activity, but we can also see a fair bit of ongoing activity and resurgence in the case of a couple of the networks, whether that's because something got shut down and the perpetrators moved to different resources within the network, or whether it was just other people that came along and got infected. We did a little bit of investigation of how does this line up against different types of networks. And the biggest surprise for us was that most of the Volt Typhoon attacks came from network service providers. It's like, wait a minute, why are network service providers? These are like infected end machines. So I don't have an answer. The things I would say are, one, it's pretty hard to classify networks these days because very few networks are actually a single type of network. Most are doing multiple things. But also that there are, it's pretty common for networks to lease out their IPv4 address space to other entities. So this may be a cautionary tale of what happens when you lease out your IPv4 address space. You get it back and it's just slightly dirty. And on a lot of people's block lists now. Yeah, so this is breaking out the Volt Typhoon across the, just across the network service providers in our list, and just focusing on the top 3, just so you get a sense of the pulse, if you will, of the different attacks, unique IPs involved in the attack, because sometimes, as I said, it's just one perpetrator that may show up and just blast the heck out of our sensors, and sometimes it's spread throughout the network. So 6,778 different IP addresses coming at us from network service providers. It's a pretty widespread and well-deployed footprint of an attack. So I hope I've convinced you that it's real and it's out there and it's happening. So what can we do about it? Take away the notion that, yeah, this is in your network, or maybe it's not. And if it isn't in your network, we would love to know what you're doing that networks A, B, C, and D are not doing that can actually address the source of these attacks. Barring that, you can help us help others. We can collaborate to address the problem of microplastics in figuring out what things can be done to stop them at source. Before they get out in the world and infect others. And I think that we have success stories of that kind of an approach, of building industry consensus about what is a good norm for doing something as security in your network, maybe like manners. So what the mutually agreed norms for routing security have done for improving routing security, I'm optimistic that we can find some agreed norms for how do you find and stop this nonsense in your network before it attacks somebody else, before it trashes the reputation of your IP addresses, and before we have a mess in the internet. So that's what I have to say. Thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to take any questions or comments.
Leo, go ahead.
Hi, Leo Vigoda and Polis. Can you say how you categorize the types of networks so that the network service providers were the highest source of abuse?
Yeah, so we relied on CADA data to do the mapping between the AS and network type.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Oh,
There's one online. And the question is, how do you classify scans from research institutions? Are researchers marked as malicious?
Yeah, so we classify scans as scans, and whether you're a research institution or not, they're just scans. And so the deliberate point was more to call out when we are seeing scouts and attacks, because those are the things that we think are particularly damaging. Because in earlier versions of talks about our data, a common observation was, oh, well, all that stuff that's hitting your sensors, it's just scans. So it's more that we're saying, look at all this data that's not about scans.
Any other questions? Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alexander Azimov, talking about BGP and BMP collections.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Azimov. I work for Yango. And today I'm going to talk with you about how to collect, store, and get access to BGP and BMP data. So let's start with a problem definition. Why do we need routing data? Of course, this is our plan for today. And routing data. Routing data is a core of modern internet ecosystem. And of course, routing data can be used not only for routing, for advertising prefixes, but also to draw such wonderful pictures. But of course, applicability of routing data is much wider. For example, you may want to have an IP lookup from multiple network devices. As a network engineers, I hope there are network engineers in the room, you love logs. Especially you love them after a routing incident, when something happened, something disrupted your operations. And you would like to understand the state of routing tables at specified moment of time, in days maybe ago. And still, both of these cases require an engineer to operate with them. It becomes more challenging when you are using routing data as a part of automated pipeline. For example, to automatically adjust routing policies, or for capacity planning, or maybe you are facing a problem with size of a RIP table, and you starting inventing smart BGP injectors to solve it. And of course, you may want to use routing data for monitoring purposes, and you need it in real time. So I hope these, wait a second. Yeah. I hope this sales pitch have convinced you that we really need to collect routing data. Let's discuss what options do we have. And of course, the most loved option is BGP. You can use a BGP multi-hop session to retrieve a single route for each prefix that's available at the log RIP table at your network device. It's a crucial data, but it's not all the data that's available on the network devices. It's because this data is after the filtering, after the best path selection process was done. So it is a subset of prefixes that are available at the router. And there is much more data. There is a data coming from peers. Maybe you want also to have the data that you are advertising to other peers. And you may want to start using BMP. BMP stands for BGP Monitoring Protocol. So it's a TCP-based protocol that provides a way to collect routes from the ADRIP in, log RIP, ADRIP out with information why prefixes were filtered. So it's a Swift knife for all BGP states that are available at the router. So maybe we can just stop using BGP multi-hop sessions and switch to BMP. Unfortunately, in this case, so we need to think about the protocol lifetime. BMP was standardized 9 years ago. So in terms of our technology progress, it's a brand new protocol. Normally you will see support of adrib in and adrib post at your vendor software. Sometimes you will have access to the logrip via BMP, and normally logrip out is not supported at all. So we have a hard choice. On one hand, we have a universal BGP with limited view on the routes that are available at the network devices. And on the other hand, we have a universal BMP, but with limited support. What should we choose? And I believe the best choice is not make a choice, at least at this point. So we decided to utilize both BGP and BMP in our collection engine, but to make the process of the storage, the access, the collectors, to look as similar as possible. Let's discuss the field of collectors. So speaking about BGP, for many years, it was quite common to use for BGP collections same software that we use for routing. So it's a BIRD, it's a FRI, it's a Go BGP. Sometimes you need also to use BGPdump to convert the default binary format to what can be readable. But the field of BMP is quite different. So in BGP, it was routing software. In BMP world, it is collectors. They are not meant for routing. So the main purpose to collect routes. And the number of tools that is available is expanding. It's growing fast. A few years ago, I was aware only of 2 of them. Only one of them was working out of the box. But nevertheless, it's obvious that, as far as I know, there is only one tool that works for BGP and BMP. It says PMA-CCT, maintained by Paolo Lucenta. I don't know if he is here, but anyway, hey Paolo. That's why in our environment, we decided to use PMA-CCT as a collector for both BGP and BMP data. So we discussed why we need routing data. We discussed what type of collector can we use to interpret BGP and BMP data coming from the network devices. But we still need to figure out how to connect our applications with routing data. What options do we have? So the simplest one is just to have a collector for each application. Unfortunately, this approach have obvious scalability issues. For BGP, it just doesn't work for BMP, where you will have hard limits on main routing platforms for the number of BMP sessions. On some platforms, you will be able to establish a single BMP session. So we need an intermediate storage that will store data, and after that, give an access to this storage to the applications. This storage has several requirements. Of course, the first and the main is consistency. We need to guarantee the atomicity of the updates. And of course, we need to have an automatic failover, so it should not be a storage on one server. And performance is quite important. So in our case, Postgres was the answer for all above requirements, and we decided to use its to set up automatic pipeline of processing routes. Let's see how it works. In our design, we utilized the active approach. So we have multiple simultaneous writers, and they have non-blockable operations, and they're inserting data in the table that we called a multi-view. But before giving access to the applications, we first need to merge it to create from the multi-view a single view table. Here we have a protocol dependency. In BMP, there is a arrival timestamp. It's a time not when the root was received by our software or by the collector. It is the time when the root was received by the BGP border router. And unfortunately, in BGP, we don't have such a luxury. And in BGP, to perform the merge, we still need to implement best path selection process. So, but anyway, when a record is added to the multi-view table, it utilizes triggers from the Postgres. So on the update, on the delete, we have triggers that starts ordering process for a selected prefix and try to update the single view table. If the single view table is updated, it also adds a record to the log table. So as you can see, there are no external scripts other than the collectors that are passing the BGP and BMP data. Unfortunately, collectors may fail. And to protest this scenario, we also have a keep alive table. If a collector is not active for a selected period of time, there is a garbage collection process that starts to remove stale records from the multi-view. The view table and the log table are updated accordingly using the same triggers that we just discussed. So, now we have a collector, we have a storage. We need to give an access to the collected data to the applications. The easiest way to give a direct access to the database. Unfortunately, in this case, there is a high chance that you will be ending on a frequent random requests that will be addressing columns where you don't have indexes. The result will be not very high performance and not very happy end users. So normally you will be addressing this issue with RESTful API. RESTful API can provide you a cache that will optimize performance between end users and the database storage. But it's not normally working well when you need a continuous updates. So for this, you will need an SDK. And once again, we have a hard choice, whether to use API or whether to use SDK, and whether we should support multiple languages with SDK. We decided to do both. And in our environment, SDK API is a client of our SDK library, and it provides flexibility for the end users and application developers, whether to use API or whether to use SDK for a selected language. The system have been already widely deployed in our network. We have BGP and BP data coming from the border routers. We have BGP data from the CDN and route reflectors, and we have BMP coming from the data center gateways. So we have discussed how to build the collectors, how to store data, how to provide access to this data. Let's jump to the examples. And I hope you still remember this slide from the beginning of the presentation. So we did it all, but time doesn't permit to discuss all the points that are present here. And I will speak about how to use BMP data to detect routing anomalies. So just to make a reminder to you, what are routing anomalies? Normally, we're speaking about hijacks and route leaks. Hijacks happen when someone advertises your address space without your permission. Route leaks happen when some network decides to advertise prefixes that are received from its providers or peers to another providers or peers. So the result of these anomalies are merely the same. It's connectivity issues, or in worst scenarios, denial of service. There is a classic BGP monitoring when you use remote vantage points to collect data, analyze data, and detect anomalies. But I believe that a significant part of the external monitoring of your network can be done from within your network. And monitoring routing incidents is not an exception. So let's see the next example. Here we have 5 autonomous systems. If arrow goes up, it means that the route is advertised to a provider. If it goes down, it means that route is advertised to a customer. If it's horizontal, it means that the route is advertised to a peer. And on this picture, there are no route leaks. Everything is fine. But what happens if autonomous system 5 fails to deploy a proper filtering to its provider, to autonomous system 2? If still autonomous system 2 have a proper filters on the ingress, everything is still fine, because in this case, there is a route leak, but it is not propagated. But if we have a double problem, if we have 2 mistakes at once, there is a route leak. And a significant part of your traffic may be redirected, and the result will be RTT, connectivity, and unhappy end users issues. And that's where BMP becomes a handful. If autonomous system 2 accepts a leaked prefix, it will send back to autonomous system 1, to autonomous system that was originating the prefix. The BGP loop detection will filter it out, so you won't see these routes in the log RIP table. But it is available at the edge RIP in, so it's available in your BMP data. And you need only to figure out how to detect route leaks in the edge RIP in. You have a couple options. The first one is OTC, which stands for only to customer attribute, which was standardized in RFC 9234. It has very simple rules how to detect route leaks coming from peers or customers. It is supported by several open source routing software. It's also supported by PMA-CCT and deployed by a significant number of IXs. Here is a list of IXs. This is not the list of all IXs that support BGP roles in OTC. It is just the IXs for which I see OTC attribute in my routing table. So I do see them that they are active. Unfortunately, some well-known vendors were not quick enough to develop this feature, but things are changing for the better. And this summer, one of the big vendors will release software that supports this RFC. So I hope the adoption level will be growing fast. The other option is ASPA, which stands for Autonomous System Provider Authorization. This is a new API object that still crawls through the IETF standardization process. It provides a way to detect route leaks coming from all directions, from providers, peers, and customers. But there are no ASPA records. But no one can stop you from creating an ASPA records in your YAML file. just naming a few well-known tier ones. So there will be on Thursday, there will be an overview by team at the routing working group. Please join us and give us feedback. And so there is another question, which one to use, OTC or ASPA? And by now, yes, you should guess the answer. This is a high-level design of our monitoring system. So we have multiple collectors, we have a storage engine, we have SDK that provides access to this data. We are using ROAS to detect hijacks. We are using OTC and 15 ASPA records from the YAML file to detect route leaks. And here is the numbers. Here it is the number of active route leaks in the edge in of my network that were active when I was finishing the slides yesterday evening. So it just works. But of course, it's not only about our prefixes, but it also works when someone leaks prefixes that we are advertising. So here, when practice meets theory in a good way. On this particular example, there was a network that started leaking prefixes. It was our peer to its providers, and these providers were sending this prefix back to us. And the system was capable to instantly detect it and report it. So this is my last slide for today. I'd like to hope that I have inspired you to look and try BMP. I would love to see broader support for OTC and BGP roles, so ask your favorite vendor about its support and help us with ASP. Thank you for listening.
I already see one person asking a question. No, no, please come over here then. Or yes, or just use this.
I'm almost there. Come on. What have I done? Okay, Jenlinkova, someone who runs BGP. Thank you, very cool. I guess obvious question. So all those nice architecture you described, right? I guess it's in-house development, right?
You guess right.
Anything of it is open source available for other people who run BGP?
So the tools that I use in-house are obviously available to everybody because it's TMA-CCT basically and Postgres. It's the schema from Postgres is not open source, but we'll think about it. Maybe maybe it's a good idea to integrate it with TMA-CCT, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, so I guess it would be very useful if some instructions or guidance, so people do not reinvent your beautiful wheel, can be provided. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I don't think we have any other questions, and I didn't see one online. Okay, well, then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clara, for the introduction. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Thomas Weible, co-founder and CTO at Flex Optics, and together with Gerhard Stein, our lead research engineer, we brought a new topic to the RIPE meeting. We do also do a little bit of recap on the RIPE in Krakow, so the ones who attended there might see some slides, or actually one. We are specialized in optical transceivers, so everything on the optical transmission part. Having said that, let's straight start with the agenda. So our topic today is more about what we can tweak out of a transceiver, especially with a Flexbox, what we developed. We did there some really interesting measurements on the management interface to the transceiver. And at the beginning, first we do an intro and recap to pick up everybody. And then we look at the bit error rate. That's a really interesting topic. And we looked this in two different scenarios. One is the distance on a fiber span, and also then later on the temperature. And that's where Gerhard will take over. And he also has a really hot topic with him. He does a live demo to show you how it's actually done. And then we will have some takeaways. So as promised, there is some recap back from Krakow, RIPE 88. We did their presentation about coherent transceivers, and we introduced also signal-to-noise ratio, and that's a really critical thing in these days now, still, especially when it comes to coherent modules, but also for direct detection transceivers. So what is the SNR? It is basically the ratio between my desired signal on the top, which you see there, the peak, and the noise level. So when, for example, now all the doors are closed, the noise level is pretty low, and we have a really good SNR, and hopefully you can understand me, and there is less feedback on the audio system. So we have a great SNR then. Typically, the SNR is more for the optical folks. When it comes for the data engineering guy, look more on the bit error rate. And we will show that later on as well. Even more back in 2019, we introduced the 400 gig Do I have to change something? Dear audio people? No? Okay. The digital signal processor was introduced for 400 gig transceivers to bring the PAM4 signal basically on the line. And that's also what we cover today again. So 6 years later, what are the innards of that digital signal processor, especially when it comes to bit error rate measurement and the optical OSNR signal-to-noise ratio measurement. We do not cover the FEC that much today. Yeah. So our lab setup was pretty straightforward. So we took a Flexbox 5, this tiny device we developed. This is how you can see it when we open it up. We plugged in a transceiver. This one was an 800 gig transceiver, and we looped the fibers on the far end. Basically, that's what we did, and then we run a bit error rate test straight out of the transceiver. We did a couple of device under tests. So we started with 100 gig transceivers, which provided DSP, mainly the single lambda solutions, because they have a DSP inside. And then we moved on with 400 gig and also the latest 400 gig developments on QSFP 112, which runs 4 times 100 gigabit on the electrical traces, and also similar product on the 800 gig ones, doing 8 times 100 gig on the electrical traces. So far for the intro. Now, looking at the beginning now on the distance, how did our setup look like? And we do not show everything now because this would extend those 25 minutes we have on the talk, and it would be very boring. So we just picked out some test results. What you see here is it's the test setup we did with 100 gigabit 40 kilometer transceiver. And we used the transceiver. We used some fiber trumps, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. We cascaded them to different lengths, and we needed some attenuators. Our math at the beginning looked like this. So we said, okay, we have 6 different distances we want to do, a back-to-back link up to 50 kilometers, so beyond the spec of the transceiver itself, because it's rated up to 40 kilometers. And the interesting part is actually the transmit and the receiver min-max values. And keep in mind that the receiver minimum is at minus 14 dBm. That's going to be important now for the next slide. And yeah, we want to, why did we use attenuator? We want to look at edge cases, and also we wanted to protect the receiver because we get into the overlap at minus 3, and you see the launch power, it's up to plus 8 dBm. So you need to do some attenuation there. So what's the result? This is basically the combination, the summary of all the tests we did. And interesting, so on the y-axis, you see the bit error rate. There is a demarcation line, 2.4 multiplied by 10 to the power of -4. And for simplification, I just use the exponent from now on. So -4, -3, and -5. That's the bit error rate. So the demarcation line is at -4. Above that, to -3, it's a weak signal. We have too much bit errors in the link, and below, it's all fine. That's defined by IEEE, basically. This is without forward error correction. This is raw data coming straight out of the transceiver. And yeah, it's working perfectly fine beside the 20 kilometer one. And when you look at the 20 kilometer, we highlighted this also in the green section, we are closely to the receiver minimum value of -14 dBm, which I showed at the previous slide. So we are now at -13.4, and we're just at the edge of the demarcation line, which we are allowed to have for the bit error rate. And 50 kilometers didn't work at all. You see, we just went out to a really bad bit error rate of -3 almost, and then at a higher temperature, it even shut it down and said, hey, I don't want to operate it any longer, because we also measured the temperature there. There are some interesting steps in there which you might identify with the question mark there. And this is actually the control circuit inside of the transceiver. So the control circuit looks at the temperature of the transceiver, and when it recognizes the temperature is rising of the transceiver itself, it changes the bias current going into the laser and optimize the laser a little bit to get a better bit error rate, because you see them always dropping down from at 40 kilometers, for example, at roughly 35 degrees, or at 30 kilometer, it does change at roughly 50 degrees Celsius, and then it optimizes the bit error rate there for that setup. Some words about the bit error rate, as I mentioned before, 2.4 multiplied by 10 to the power of -4. This is defined by the IEEE. This is the industry which takes care about Ethernet. So what is the bit error rate? Basically, it's the amount of errors, NE, divided by the total amount of bits we transferred on the link in a certain time span. And but you do not want to look only at one error, because this would give you a false result. You always cluster them. You take a couple of errors. For example, in this example, it would be 100 errors on a 100 gigabit link. And then on a bit error rate of -12, for example, which is called error-free, the gating time between the errors would be roughly 16 minutes, which is awesome, pretty good. But when you get down to -4, when you look at the gating time there, we are at 4 microseconds. So every 4 microsecond error will show up on our link, and this is going to be corrected by the forward error correction then. So the weaker your bit error rate is, the more the forward error correction has to work and to correct errors actually on your link. And yeah, that's good to know. So this was the distance part. Now we're coming to the hot stuff, to the temperature part. So what we did there is we used a coherent module. That's a coherent 400 gig ZR, and actually we were not able to operate it for a long period of time. We needed to add extra cooling, a fan, and also heatsink. The funny story here is we took a heatsink from an old Cisco 800, so there is somehow history involved, which is pretty awesome. So you got a Cisco 800 supporting a 400 gig coherent module, which is pretty cool. A good friend of mine, he's a wrecker around a Frankfurt area, and he basically rips apart those components, he decommissions components, and then he handed me over a box of heatsinks. Yeah, if you need support in Frankfurt area to get rid of your gear, let me know. I know someone. With that, I hand over to Gerhard.
Thank you. And I'm very excited to show the live demo, but we have to get through a little bit of the theory of coherent transceivers. There's a little bit of a difference with this specific coherent transceiver. Doesn't mean it is for all the existing coherent transceivers, but in this case, you don't need any attenuators. And in this particular case, it makes us a little bit easier to see correlation between temperature and fiber length. And as you can see, with the temperature, it's a little bit more independent on one hand. On the other hand, You also see different bit error rates, and you might be missing, if you paid attention to the non-coherent, more confusing diagram, that we had a red section. This red section is missing because it's way above of this diagram. Why? Because the bit error rate specification is a different document where they set the agreement that the bit error rate can be higher. It is related to the nature of the coherent transceiver, that the signal and the benefit of the light that has more properties, and the coherent transceiver can benefit from it. It is okay to have larger bit error rates because it has more ways to recover the signal. That's for one thing. And as you can see, where you have some relation is the cable length. So the longer the cable, the more attenuation you have, and obviously the bit error rate gets worse. If you increase the temperature too much, you get to see some weird cases like the 40 and 50 kilometer case. Yeah, it's a different scheme how it corrects, but it is what it happens. But other than that, as you can see, it's pretty much constant with some noise here and there. And yeah, that's so much about the coherent. You can connect fiber of 2 meters, you can connect fiber of 40 kilometers, but please check it out, shop the specifications, which is the limit between transmission and reception power. All right. Another experiment we wanted to find out, talking about hot topics, is what happens if you get this transceiver too hot. So we decided to have some barbecue party and make one of our transceivers particularly hot and see if it still works afterwards. And the thing is, what you can see, here's a little close view on it. So I wrapped everything into aluminum foil. Here, this is a heat gun. Don't use it for drying hairs. It's a different kind of gun. This can give you up to 600 degrees centigrade of temperature. And the only thing that is exposed, as you can see here with my little Microsoft Paint pencil, in order to see it better, is the transceiver. It's the only object exposed. So I blew hot air on it. And I did it in different sections because our application code protects itself with our programmer device, how hot it can get. So I used the normal program to warm up the transceiver without the heat gun. That is step one. And let it go until the program said, no, that's too hot, let me cool it down. You have to be careful, you know, because we don't want to blow up things. As you can see with the red vertical and orange vertical lines, high warning, high alarms are values you can read out from switches, also from our Flexbox where the limits are. And the goal here was to see how much margin we have beyond these two lines, if the transceiver afterwards will work and how it will react. Where's our loss of signal? So in second step, I put it on 100 degrees, so it would cross these lines, and I got a loss of signal. Then I tried this again with way more temperature, measuring up to 120 degrees, and it was the same reaction. But the curve changed a little bit. And if we zoom into this section, because what also was interesting was to see if after having done this experiment, if the transceiver is able to recover itself. And as you can see, it's possible. That is step 4. I left it cool down a little bit. Then I turned it on, this time without heat gun. The temperature goes up. Why? Because there's a DSP and MCU inside that produces some computing power. Obviously, it generates heat. But since the environment in Germany in January is a little bit cold outside with this barbecue grill, it cooled down again. And as you can see, it recovered itself to the bit error rates you would expect in the correlation to the temperature. So that is one of these experiments we were running just to see the limits. So you can go beyond the limits, you get a loss of signal, but it is something you don't want. I mean, cooling makes sense, right? That's the reason why in our data centers we have so noisy fans, basically. Here I have a question for you after having learned what we have learned so far. Bit error rate. So in this curve, you can see another experiment where I removed this dissipator, this cooler from Cisco after a couple of minutes and just observed what would be happening. And obviously the red curve is the temperature. It goes up. But the blue line, which also goes up, bit error rate, recovers itself, but it does not recover itself as quick. So the reason for that is we have a rolling average value here. So when you observe bit error rates and you do funny stuff like this, like removing spooler, letting the temperature go up, collecting a lot of errors, and then you put back the cooling device, you turn on your fans or whatever, it does not jump down. It takes a lot of time, and you have like this line where in the end you have 10 times worse. But this doesn't mean that it's really worse. The thing is, you have surpassed recording. So you have to consider that when you are measuring bit error rate. And having that, let's get to our small experiment. I'm going to connect the device here for you. This is our new Flexbox 5. And I also brought a transceiver. And I'm going to launch an application for you and discuss a little bit about the whatabouts. There we go.
So this setup here has 2 meters of jumper cable as a loop. TX and RX are looped. And so what Gerhard does now is just power it up and brings the bit error rate tester into place.
Yeah. It's still booting up a little bit. Let's wait. Here in the black console, you can see what's doing. LP mode is low power mode. We need to we need to disable low power mode, so the laser turns on and generates PRBS. That is the pseudo random generator that transfers some bits, and with that you can measure the bit error rate. So in order to measure the reliability of your cable you have, on the other hand, that is what you do with these kind of transceivers. And it's like a system that is booting up. And here we go. Our Python program was waiting for that. And here we have it. We are measuring with this cable our current bit error rate. And yeah, now we can do a couple of things. What you have to note on these transceivers when you read out registers, the SNR, the optical signal to noise ratio, shares the same memory with the bit error rate. And you have to write into a certain section where you can record. But we are recording in parallel both of them, which means in the background there's some switching and takes a little bit more of time. I can disable this, like here, and you see now it's a little bit smoother, a little bit nicer to see. You get your values delivered at a faster rate, but that's the reason for it. So if you want to get more values from your transceiver, especially SNR and bit error rate, they're on the same register. You need to swap the DSP. It takes a little bit of more time, but let's disable this and show you that our experiment is not something pre-recorded. It is live. I'm going to bend this cable and let's observe what is going to happen. Am I bending it harder? Oh, yeah, very hard. And what you can also see here is what happens to the SNR. Usually you would expect that the SNR gets worse, it would go down, but it doesn't. It goes up, it goes to 30. That is the value that Windows like to define. The thing is, you never want to go beyond 30 with your SNR, 30 dB, because there's another effect. So if you have too much noise, it is bad. If you have too good signal quality, does this make sense? It's also bad. Why? Because there's a different effect, and we are looking at signal strength. We are not looking at bit error rate. The problem is if it goes too high, you have a effect called quantum noise or shot noise. And this shot noise is predominant and doesn't let you recover the signal property. So that's the challenge we have to face here. But yeah, now we are not bending the cable anymore. The temperature goes up a little bit, but nicely and easy with 40 degrees, we are way below our warning. So yeah, that's that. And that's the experiment so far. Let me stop this. And let's continue with a little bit more of theory. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Just unplug it. Just unplug everything. Okay. Exactly. There's another experiment we tried with an SFP plus just to see how resistance are those to temperature. Because in the last experiment, the transceiver was able to recover itself, but we wanted to go beyond and see if there's a point where it does not recover. And I added another section, I called it weird point or something like that. When you get to 128 degrees, maybe you can guess why. All of a sudden, it goes to negative values. I corrected this here, so you get to see negative values of minus 100 degrees. These are unrealistic, obviously. So I corrected this by flipping, the last bit where you have your sign bit, actually. But we saw also other effects, like TX power went down for a little bit of time, and then you got loss of signal at 120. I mean, with 250 degrees, it's the temperature. And guess what? This transceiver, I was able to boot it. It still was working, but the photodiode, I think, was damaged. I'm not entirely sure, but the readings of the RX signal was very, very poor. So yeah, it's a transceiver you don't want to use anymore. And I mean, you cannot even see what kind of serial number it has. So yeah, it is that. So getting to our takeaways, bit error rate on direct detection transceiver depends on both temperature and fiber length, as we saw. They are more sensitive, especially on temperature. Bit error rate is always in rolling average. Have a look at that. So if you have this effect with recovering happens. About high alarm and warning alarm, there isn't a margin way beyond that. So if you already crossed it, it's really the dangerous section. Please don't do that. And yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, which is not on the slide deck here now, but what also Gerhard showed in his live demonstration was there is a close relationship between the RX power when he bended the fiber quite hard down to minus 40 dBm, so basically loss of signal, to the desired bit error rate. So the bit error rate got worse, and we also saw it on the jumping part on the OSNR. So there is a relationship on the RX level, and that's also good to mention and also good to keep in mind when you operate a network and you're at the edge of your sensitivity of your receiver. Keep in mind this is something which can influence your link when you're really close at the edge. That's worth to mention. Having said that, on the coherent side, it's a little bit different. The coherent make use of more properties of the light and not just the amplitude. So we use the polarization and also the phase. And due to that fact, it's a little bit more ruggedized or more robust signal. This gives us the nice benefit that for sure the temperature has an influence on the coherent plug, but when the change is happening on a coherent module rapidly, it doesn't influence the bit error rate that bad than compared with direct detection transceivers. So the limiting factor there is mainly the attenuation plus the optical characteristics of the fiber span of the length. And to sum this up at the end, yes, OSNR is available now with those modules, but when you operate your data center, your typical gray optics, it's way easier just to look at the bit error rate, to have proper values there. Then you don't have to bother much on the OSNR because they are running in parallel and are close to each other. So there is nothing much to worry about, as long as you're not on the transmission side on DWDM system, but that's a different topic for talk next time. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we open the lines for questions. Just remember to state your name and affiliation. No questions? Any online, Antonio? No? Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Grigorii Solovev, who's going to talk about how Annet takes control of the network.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. Hope you are doing well. My name is Grigorii Solovev. I'm a network architect at Yandex infrastructure, and today I want to tell you about our tool for network device configuration deployment, automation network configuration device deployment. Yes, it's another tool among many others, but because we develop it for our own needs, we choose our own way to how to resolve that problem. And we believe that we got a very good product, and today it is released like open source. You can go to the repository, follow this QR code. This product has already widely adopted in several large companies. Main goal was multi-vendor support. On this slide, you can see supported vendors. When we decided to develop this product, we want to solve that issues. Multi-vendor support. Our network, like many largest ones, has many vendors with different network operating systems, including quite old devices, and all of them should be supported by our new tool. We have a lot of network devices. Currently, it's more than 10,000. And our new tools should work with so many devices easily. Some devices has a very complicated configuration, and our new tool should support device configuration of any complexity which allowed by vendor. Our network constantly changed, and moving from one configuration to another should be supported by our new tool. Very often, only a small part of configuration are automated. From the beginning, we decided to use full configuration templating for whole thing. It can be called like software-defined configuration. It means that we created reference configuration and deploy it on the device. It gives us some advantages. We can we can check configuration on the device, and if device configuration doesn't match our template, we can fix it. For mass changes, we need just make change in just one template and deploy all the deploy changes to all the devices, which doesn't match new version. Your documentation is always up to date, because if your devices match templates has actual information. And because configuration defined by software, we get advantages of software development tools like version control system, review, and tests. It's a great concept, and we took it as a base, but there is still a question how to configure devices. For these days, there are 3 ways to do it. It is CLI, netconf, and Ansible. SNMP is outdated, and we didn't consider it. I add Ansible here because it is a first choice if you want to automate software, if you want to automate configuration, network device configuration deployment. We had these 3 requirements. First of all, it should be machine readable, it should have multi-vendor support, and reliable delivery, of course. CLI doesn't fit any of them, of course. Ansible, to be honest, also. It is a machine readable, but unfortunately, not all vendors are supported. and delivery not always reliable. Some models still use CLI under the hood anyway. NinConf in this sense looks pretty good, especially thanks OpenConfig, EATF OpenConfig, which give us vendor-independent models, which some network devices of some vendors actually supported. Yeah, and of course, it has NetConf is machine readable and has a reliable delivery, part configuration or full configuration. But after thinking more, we add some new requirements. People write configuration, and configuration tool should be clear and convenient for people to write. Also, our network has many devices, including legacy device, which often don't support NetConf and almost never will be support OpenConfig. And because of that, we decided to use CLI for working with our equipment, because every device has CLI. It means that every device in our network will be supported without no exception. CLI is convenient for engineers. They don't need to learn NetConf or Yank models. And as we discovered, CLI is machine readable in reality. But we still need to somehow resolve multi-vendor support and reliable delivery in some other ways. Okay, we did this difficult choice and create Annet based on next principles. First of all, declarative, not imperative. We describe full configuration of the device without worrying how to deploy changes. Annet handle it. Modularity. We can work with some small parts of the configuration, not with all of configuration. We write templates using common programming languages. We choose Python because it is very expressive and resolve all our needs. We can, as I said before, we can support every device because every device has CLI. There is no one single model for device configuration. True vendor independence requires full device modeling, but we decided to use models for some specific tasks, not for all configuration. Annet has integration with inventory system out of the box. And Annet, it's not a client-server software, it is just a local CLI client. Let me show you some examples of what we built. Using this command, we can see NTP configuration for device SAS127D2. Next, we can compare this desired configuration with actual configuration on the device, and we look at the diff. As you can see, we need to change time zone and add 2 new NTP servers. Next, we can see on the patch. Patch is a set of commands which give us to desired configuration. And we deploy this patch on the device. Let's look at how it works. Annet has adapters to connect to different inventory systems. Currently support YAML file and netbox. As I mentioned before, we don't have one single model. We have several models for some specific tasks. Generation generates by generators. When we get a configuration, we compare it with actual configuration on the device, and get the diff. Rulebook is the most magical part of Annet, which turns diff to the patch. And finally, Annet deploy the patch to the device by deploy model. Let's look at each element in the details. Information from inventory system converted to Python object, and in the generator you can easily get access to attributes. For example, you can get FQDN or check model, or for example get list names of all interfaces on the device. Routing policy is quite similar between different vendors, but can be complex. Annet has a RPL model to describe routing policy in Python pseudocode. As you can see, it's pretty simple to understand what happens here. We have a set of conditions and set of actions. Here we can have a reference to other objects like prefix list or BGP communities. Because networks is first of all connections between devices, Annet has a mesh model which describe device neighbors based on templates, and these templates applies to connections in inventory. Connections to inventory described in an inventory system. And we get a list of Python objects for remote peers. In these examples, it is a template for Tor-spine connections for data center fabric. As you can see, we can use mass operations based on names of the device. This template can describe all the connections between all the Tor spines in well-designed data center fabric in just one template. Annet uses this template, and the connections in netbox returns a list of remote peers. You don't need to keep IP addresses or IS numbers elsewhere. Everything described in just one template. Very useful for regular networks. How we work with multi-vendors? We resolve that issue in Python generators. Each generator is a Python class with methods for each vendor. In the generator, you have access to inventory data and data from models. And generator yields configuration lines. There is an example of checking text and generate NTP configuration for Juniper or Huawei device. As you can see, it's pretty simple, and you don't need to be a Python guru to working with that tool. For this tool, in fact, if you can write a shopping list, you already qualified to work with that tool. Each generator has a limited scope for configuration, and this scope described by ACL. When we compare configuration, we need to look at lines managed by ACL. It's also defined by this ACL. No, managed by generator, and which lines should be considered. It's defined in ACL. It gives us modularity. This is an example of ACL for SNMP generator for Huawei device. And rulebook. Rulebook turns diff into a patch. And but sometimes you can't remove lines from configuration, just adding a prefix like no, undo, or delete. Sometimes you need to change these lines or skip it. In this example, we trying to change weight of Q for Huawei devices. And as you can see, we need to remove the middle part of configuration line. Annet support very flexible logic, almost for any case. Order is also important because you should remove BGP community before removing, for example, you should remove BGP community before removing routing policy which used it. Sometimes network operating system asks you some questions, and the rulebook has answer questions database to make answer. And finally, patch Annet deploy patch to the device. It happens by using open source Go library Genet-CLI. This library is part of Annet stack. It supports pagination, interactive interaction, netconf, and supporting different network operation system. It can be used like a separate CLI tool or a gRPC server, and also has a Python SDK. And let's look at examples. In this example, we can see how to drain spine in data center fabric. We just assign tag to the device in netbox and deploy changes for routing policy generator. In that case, we adding graceful shutdown community to all BGP announcements, and that's all. Task is done. And the second example, it's a drain link between devices. We also assign maintenance tag to the cable and deploy the changes for BGP generator. In that case, we shut down BGP neighbor, which is configured on that link. And task is done also. And again, a list of supported vendors. Feel free to add some new ones. We're glad to see your PR. And how to try it? It's again link for Annet repository. We also have some virtual labs. You can use it to try Annet for yourself. Also, we have detailed tutorial, step by step. You see how it works, how it should be configured, and how we can use it. And also, we have a support Telegram chat. I'm ready for your questions.
Hi, Jelinkova. Thank you very much. Very cool. I have a tricky question. I assume you intentionally did not say anything about that, but so you have template which seem to be shared for a given device role, right? So now I want to change it. This would impact every single device of this role, right? How do you deal with incremental rollout of those changes?
This is just local CLI client. You make changes. You can make changes locally and deploy it, or you can make changes, make PR, send it to, for example, GitLab repository. These changes will be delivered to any other your colleagues, and they can deploy it. This tool doesn't use for something like deploying different stages for different tasks for different network segments. and you need to work with that maybe with some other tools. It's a more simpler tool than you expected, I think.
Okay, so you basically just generate configuration, but you do not automatically push those changes anywhere, right? You need to manually control.
Pretty simple how work Ansible, but it's more easier and more faster and more useful.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, next question.
Hi, Darren Clark from Jail. It's not specific to your tool, but I just had a quick question. How does it deal with logging into Nokia when Nokia doesn't allow non-interactive SSH sessions?
Nokia has several kind of CLIs.
It does it. It's got its classic and the new MD CLI.
Yeah.
But the problem
with new one.
Yeah, the problem is it still doesn't allow non-interactive SSH. I wondered if you knew how it was getting around that.
I don't remember that we have some issues with Nokia. We're working with that. We have some number of routers from Nokia, and it's working. Maybe if you have maybe some specific questions, we can discuss it later, I think. But,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have an online question.
Not a question, maybe more a comment from Gerhard. Having all these vendors supported with proper diff undo new config is quite an impressive achievement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Grigorii. Next up, we have Maria, who's going to show us how to simulate networks in your laptop.
Yeah, I'm a little bit taller. Now it works. Yeah. Regular exercise to the right, to the left. No, to the left it doesn't work. Yes, it works. Fine. Hello, I'm Maria. I was here a year ago, rage submitting a lightning talk about basically this, but it has moved a little bit forward, and I want to say a little bit more about what's actually happened. Yeah. So first, who is myself? I'm Maria. I'm working for CZ.NIC, which is the host of the previous RIPE meeting. I am team leader of the BERT Internet Routing Daemon, and also I'm an IPv6 maximalist, and I'm expert in complaining about almost everything. So if you wish to hear some more complaints from me, well, this is going to be full of complaints as well, but if you wish to hear more complaints from me, just hit me around. And I'm also a cook at a summer camp, which is called ProTap, which is relevant for the next slide. Because ProTap is a summer camp for young programmers in Czechia, there is a website link on the next slide, but it's only in Czech because, well, the programmers are, the target group is from Czechia. So we don't have an English version, but Google Translate may work. This is, by the way, a real photo from the camp. No AI involved, hopefully. Yeah, the camp is intended for kids who actually already know something about IT and something about programming. So we say, you should know what a condition is, you should know what's a for cycle, and you should know what's a function. So it's not like teaching the complete basics. It's more like, well, are you thinking about IOI, the International Olympiad of Informatics? Are you thinking about some university expert fast track or something like that? Yeah, come in. We are a good party. We are a group of people who are as nerdy as you are, and if you can't see anybody as nerdy as you around you all over the year, now this is going to be that group for you.
And half of the schedule is teaching. So we teach them more. So they become more nerdy. And they become, well, it's fun. And I'm cooking there. I originally, well, several years ago, I was leading that camp, but I got fed up. So I left it to the others and went into the kitchen. But I am still teaching routing at ProTab. And it's a little bit crazy because, well, I can't simulate hardware. I can't use physical hardware. It's just impossible to bring there. I can't simulate the hardware. It takes too much. Well, Container Lab is greedy as well, considering this. And I cannot run this at some cloud, at some server farm, because if the uplink goes down, well, the lecture goes down as well. And I am not going to set up an on-site cloud. Well, not at all, sorry. So what we need? We need the simulation. We need the simulation of routing to run offline. We need to run it without sudo, because we don't want to scare the young kids. Hey, you should install this and run these 5 scripts and sudo, and so it should have some quite useful user experience for somebody who has not 5 years, 10 years of shell scripting in their backpack. It should be approachable for some little kids who are admittedly at least familiar with the command line a little bit. But I don't want them to read big bash scripts. Let aside think about what's happening there. And I want least resources consumed. They don't have my work laptop, which is the high-end current technology. Some of them have 10 years old laptops because their families are not rich enough. They don't have the money to get a laptop for like 2,000 euros. Sorry. So we needed to run on their own laptops. So what I tried 2 years ago was Bird's NetLab, which is our test setup, our test tool, written by Ondřej Zajíček originally, like 10 years ago. It uses Linux kernel networks. It's extremely lightweight. It has almost no startup times. It's no memory, no CPU. It's just the minimum you need, and it runs in your laptop. On the other hand, it needs the root access. It has no more isolation, so you need to know that that each of the container is actually your own laptop, but with isolated network namespace. You have to write a config file, or you have to use those ipnetns big commands. It expects birds to run everywhere. It's like it's expected to be used as a testing tool, as a simulation for bird development, not for teaching kids how to route. And also, well, there is too many netlabs. There are like at least 2 netlabs just in Czechia, in Prague, different projects. So, well, it's just a too generic name. Yeah, and it mixes Python and Bash, which, well, the way how it mixes Python and Bash is quite crazy. But, well, nobody in our team is actually an expert in Python, so this is how it looks. What we need for testing is actually full automation. We needed to run offline as well, because when you sit in the on an airplane and now I can't use the argument of sitting on a transatlantic airplane, because I'm not going transatlantic to USA. until further actions are done, but maybe the other way. But yes, I want it to run in the airplane, because when I'm fixing a bug in the airplane, I want to test it, and I can't test it with a container lab there in a data center. Sorry, I need to test it right now in my laptop. I can run multiple clusters. I need to run multiple clusters on the same machine. I sometimes want to parallelize the scripts and say, well, let's try 15 different variations, whether it shutdowns or not. And actually, this massive parallelization makes the testing faster. I need repeatable tests. I need lots of control. I need putting the links up and down, adding more, removing them in different ways. Lots of things. So let's introduce flock. Oh, there are too many flocks already, actually. So if you look into Linux, there is flock. So I'm using flock-sim, but if you find another name, something better, something more unique, feel free to suggest it. There is like a small window when it can still be renamed with not much of a fuss. Yeah, so what is flock doing? I basically wanted to go for matching the container lab, what container lab is doing, which is actually not done yet. But what I'm trying to do is go from the bottom up. So try to do the minimum needed to make it useful and feasible. So I'm making half containers. I don't need root. I don't need subuids to GIDs. That's not LXC. That's just using Linux network namespaces and many others. So it isolates everything it can, but still what I need is a good shell access. So I don't like Docker, which where opening a shell needs a like 5 or 6 word command. It needs sudo. I want it to I want the children to not kill their own laptop by accidentally doing something bad under root. Yeah. So let's jump into it. How it is used? You just create a cluster. You have to name it. That thing. Well, bastu is actually a Swedish word for sauna. You create a cluster, which you have to name. It's actually a path in your file system where everything is stored. So you can go to /dmp and do this. You can go anywhere else and do this. And then you start 2 machines and join these 2 machines with a link. And you say, well, if you read the last command, it's make a PTP link in the cluster bus2 from the machine A. It has the name B, and to the machine B, and it has the name A. So it points to the other side. You can log into the machine, just say shell, and it enters that thing. You have to fix some common problems sometimes, like setup forwarding on IPv6, IPv4. tcpdump didn't like me because you don't have any other user than root there. You have a root there, which is funny, but the root is actually your user. It just fakes the root, but the root can do anything, like setting up IP addresses, putting interfaces up and down. But the tcpdump in Debian 12 didn't like me, so I had to build it myself. When I upgraded to Trixie, they actually fixed this. So thank you. I don't know who, but thank you. basically everything that dumps, everything that drops drops the root to some specific user may have problems inside this setup. On the other hand, you are using the root is not a real root, so you sometimes have to go for those commands which disable those security mechanisms. This is not ideal, but it can be well explained when teaching. Well, this is a little bit crazier setup. Let's loop 200 machines with one after another. This basically just creates 200 nodes. There is another piece of the script creating a bird configuration, the common part, setting up the device kernel and OSPF, the needed things, with an area and a wildcard for interface name. Then you prepare the specific configurations, which basically needs just a router ID, everything else is the same. Then you run BERT on all the machines. You can run also FRR, you can run OpenBGPD, you can run whatever you want. But this is what I'm most familiar with, so I am presenting it with BERT. Yeah, this is just 5 lines of a bash script fed into the shell, setting up the forwarding, starting BERT, adding a local interface, setting it up, and adding a IP address to it, which is also generated. You'll see the printf there. So every single machine gets its own IP address in the global range. Yeah, then you need to link the machines together, which is basically you create the PTP links, which is shown there. The first line is the 1 to 200, and the others are from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and so on and so forth. And then you have to set these links up and start them. Well, then that's it. And you have the routes. You just can shell there and show the routes. So when you do this, nice, you can show it to the kids, and every single child can have this crazy setup in their laptop. Well, considering they have at least like 1.5 gig of memory, but otherwise it's like 5 minutes to set up everything. If you just copy the scripts, the startup takes a minute and a little bit. Other parts take also some minutes, but on my laptop it fits into 5 minutes. Maybe on the child laptops it may be 10 because of the CPU speed. Well, this setup obviously has some problems. Like if you have 200 nodes in a loop, you don't ping the other side. It's actually quite a bit stupid example, but well, it actually allows me to show the hop limit, the TTL, and yes, this is actually something we used last year at the prototype, and the kids looked like they learned something new. Yeah, so where is Flock today? Flock runs on Linux. This is not written here, it runs on Linux. It's actually still in the development phase, so I am running it on Debian now 13. I don't suppose it should differ very much between distributions, but well, I didn't test it yet. There is a possibility that it would actually run also in that Linux for Windows. I don't know whether BSD systems would ever be okay with this, because if you run this on BSD, they don't have the containerization, those namespace thingies FreeBSD has a different approach, and it explicitly prohibits what I'm doing with that. Flock is written in C and Python. It's quite simple and easy. It's just several hundreds of lines of code. It has a CLI for now, and it has a rudimentary JSON interface. So it means you can actually link your automation onto it. Well, not yet, because it's not so complete, but it will move forward. You can dynamically update the topology. You have seen that if I go like 3 slides back, if it works actually. Not this, not this. This thing, I was doing it after setting everything up, and this is actually creating the links between the machines. So I was first having 200 separate machines, and and only after setting up everything, I linked them together. There are some things to be fixed. I have some weird problems with overlay.fs, which may prevent easy running of FRR, but this is something we aim to fix quickly. The terminal sometimes behaves weirdly because I probably didn't set the right things when starting the shell. This is something to be looked into and fixed. There is a little bit of documentation to be added, especially the documentation about the internal architecture. And last but not least, we should find out how to install this in a useful way. For now, it's just creating a symlink and make -c somewhere, because you have to build a C part. In development is actually automation as bird testing tool. We are trying to make this to surpass the current NetLab suite which we have, and to make the NetLab testing, for now flock testing much larger and cover most of the bird thingies. Which, by the way, bird 3 has been released, so we are now flying in multiple threads. Sorry, commercial break ends. What we are developing there, also, we expect to implement a tap link connecting to a VXLAN. So this may very easily allow students to connect between themselves. They just, each of them creates a VXLAN in their cluster. And the they create a tab in their cluster, and it looks like a VXLAN outside. So they just can communicate over this, and it can be used for them for teaching like local AS. I have my local AS on my laptop, and then I'm connecting with my colleague who is having their own AS, and we are connecting over BGP links and running the BGP links over these virtual connections. We are trying to fix Docker image support, basically running Docker inside this. Who knows whether it works? It's going to be quite some experimenting, but we'll try our best because we actually need it. We'd like to add support for some physical interfaces, adding like real routers to the virtualized machinery. And last but not least, we want to have a GUI for the kids to just click all those things and make it even easier. You can try Flock. It's available. It's downloadable. I have like 2 hours ago released version 0.2, not yet announced. It's still under quite some development, but if you wish to contribute, if you wish to fix some of those problems I mentioned earlier, you are very welcome. I love it. This is myself. If you want to look me up anywhere, so it's gonna be in the presentation, and that's it.
Maria. have some questions from the audience.
Hi, this is Onre, I see. Cool stuff. So I might actually take a look because I also teach computer networks and DNS now. But I wanted to point out that something similar. I spoke to Casey Desio of the DNS base, and he also teaches networks in the university in the US, and they have something called CougarNet, where you describe the networks and it will do similar what you do. So you might want to take a look at this as well, because it's probably simpler than what you do, because you also want to test it for bird testing. But the CougarNet is also a cool stuff, like for teaching the university students and kids the networking, because it also doesn't need Docker and stuff. But cool stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, could you please send me a link somewhere? Yeah, thank you, because I won't remember this in a minute. Thank you.
Would it be me? Hello, I put the mic. Kostas Zorbadelos from NTT. I was here the previous time you presented this tool. First of all, thank you for an open source tool. That's very nice. However, real production networks, you have to simulate vendor equipment. It is not just Linux containers connected to each other. So that's the point of Container Lab. And having Container Lab, I would like also to ask the question, if I use Container Lab with just images of FRR or bird routers, containers, how would you compare that to your setup? Because I would believe that Container Lab would be lightweight enough in this case.
I say when I have to teach the kids how to use sudo to start it up, and this way I am not going to teach them Container Lab. I'm really trying to go the least burden on the user possible. So like one of my goals, which I can't go for, which I can't leave, is not having to have a root access to the system. So this is what I was trying to install Container Lab. Maybe I was just too dumb, but if I remember correctly, I had quite some problems with no sudo, and even with sudo, it was not like just do this, and now it runs.
Okay, so you're also targeting an educational tool. This
yes,
is for the naive or beginners, let's say, that you want to minimize the security exposure to the box. Okay.
I am not aiming to precisely simulate networks.
Oh, okay.
The aim is to have a tool for easy setup, to go for like first 5 minutes of setting it up at most, and then go teaching.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. It's clear. Thank you.
Martin Winter, NetDev, also an FRA. You mentioned that you want to develop that more for network automation testing on Bird. And I was wondering if you already looked into the issue. We had similar issues on our testing that when we did multiple topologies in LXC containers, that the way the Linux kernel works, all the network operations is only on one core. So you will run into potentially serious scalability issues on like very large testing. Probably not an issue on laptop because you don't have that many cores, but on large servers. But the other real question had, you mentioned on the link connections where like if PTP, point-to-point, are these point-to-point links or are these broadcast links?
These are implemented as VETH, just virtual Ethernet, so they would be actually broadcast. Well, the technical stuff under there is not relevant for the teaching itself, and you can set it up as APTP. Basically, if what you do with the VETH is on you. I think it's created as a broadcast. in, or isn't, is it? That's a good question. I wasn't thinking much about those specifics, but I suppose we'll run into some of those issues later or earlier. So who knows?
Thank you.
Sorry, couldn't answer.
Thank you. Antonio, any questions online? No. Okay. Thank you, Maria.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Chatzivasileiou, and I'm going to present you our work in how Russia's invasion of Ukraine impacted the internet peering of the conflicted countries. This is a joint work with Alexandros Kornilakis, Katerina Lyoda, Georgios Nomikos, Xenofontas Dimitropoulos, and Georgios Maragdakis. So, first of all, the timeline of war. As you all know, the conflict started when Russia invaded Crimea on February 2014. And 7 years later, USA reported that Russian and Belarusian forces are mobilized near the borders of Ukraine. And 2 months later, Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, the invasion initially happened towards Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. But after 2 months of trying, Russia shifted from north towards the southeast part of Ukraine. So, some related work. Duzet et al. Reported rerouting of traffic from Ukraine to Russia based ISPs when the invasion in Crimea happened. Luconi et al. Studied the impact of the first 3 months of the war on routing and latency. And Cloudflare detected traffic patterns and high number of DDoS attacks. Especially here, Cloudflare detected that there was an increased amount of traffic on the west part of Ukraine, and that was due to the people trying to move from the east part to west in order to save their lives. Finally, Maynard also reported DDoS attacks and potential BGP hijacking events in the region. Now, the focus of our paper and work. We studied the impact of the Russia-Ukrainian conflict on internet peering for the period of April 2021 until January 2025 in 3-month intervals. I have an asterisk here in January 2025 because some plots, as you will see, especially the ones with the validation, are until October 2023. So we're going to see the AES organization counter changes from Ukrainian to Russia and vice versa. The AES churn of foreign AESs in the facilities of the two countries. The actual status of Ukrainian IXPs. We're going to try to validate these data sources. And finally, we're going to see the AES relationship between these countries. The datasets we are going to use are the AES organization data for both countries, Ukraine and Russia, the AES members in IXPs and facilities, trace routes. These are going to be used in order to validate the IXP status. This happened only for Ukraine. And also AES relationship data. How we collect our datasets. For the AES organization data, we combined the data sources from RIPEstat and KDA for the routed AESs only. For the IXP dataset, we retrieved the data from PeeringDB, Packet Clearinghouse, and Hurricane Electric. It is worth noting here that these three databases do not provide historical data, but KDA does. So every 3 months, it collects the data from these three data sources. And also for the collocation facilities, KDA also has a historical data for PeeringDB only. Finally, we used RIPEatlas to get the trace routes in order to validate the activity of IXPs. So, at first, we're going to see the increased number of AES country code change. First of all, we show that both for Ukraine and Russia, the number of AESs that are registered as Ukrainian and Russia got decreased in the period of April 2021 until 2025. But more interesting is that many AESs, especially the period of October 2022 until April 2023, changed their country code from Russia to Ukraine and vice versa. And this is pretty strange because most of these AESs didn't change their organization name. So I wonder how easy it is to change the country code of an organization. Moving on. So here we can see the infrastructure of Russia. So basically for every timestamp, we have the number of foreign AESs that are connected to Russian IXPs and facilities. What is interesting is that from April 2021 until the last timestamp, which is December 2023, the number of foreign AESs that are inside the Russian infrastructure got decreased. But even more interesting is that we have a big number of disconnections on April 2021 until July 2021. And this number consists of 54 AESs that disconnected, which is 7.4 times above average. And 53.7% of these disconnections were Ukrainian AES. Even more interesting is this timestamp from October 2021 until January 2022. So in this timestamp, which is, let this be noted, before the invasion happened, we have a massive amount of AES disconnected from Russian infrastructure. 133 AES disconnected, which is 18.3% above average, and 64% of these are Ukrainian. Most of the other AESs were European AESs. And finally, we tried to classify these disconnected AESs, and we found out that 76% of these were ISPs and 5% cloud providers. So we did the same, of course, for Ukraine. Now, for Ukraine, again, we can see that the timestamp right before the invasion, we have a big number of disconnections, specifically 45 AES disconnected, which is 6.3% above average, and 82% of these AESs are Russians. And again, this timestamp is before the invasion. And the next timestamp, which is during the invasion, so from January 2022 until April, we have 60 AESs that got disconnected, and 92% of these AESs were Russian. Again, the classification is about the same as the previous one. So we have this data, and they show something very interesting, but how sure are we that these data are actually valid? For example, we know for sure that some parts of Ukraine got bombed and many buildings got destroyed. So we try to visualize to see where these IXPs in Ukraine are, basically. Most of the IXPs are located in Kyiv or Crimea, but there are some IXPs that are very close to Russian borders, and we know that this area were heavily bombed. So for the IXPs of Cloud IX in Kharkov, DNIX in Donetsk, and MES IX in Mariupol, we would like to see if these IXPs were indeed active in that timestamps, and if there was any disconnections. So we mailed to every Ukrainian IXP in order to find out if it was offline and for how long. And we also asked if they was able to get the list of the AES members of that IXPs. Of course, no one answered. The last thing that these people had in mind was to answer an email from a student. But luckily for us, one IXP responded. This was the MES IX from Mariupol, and they informed us that the building was destroyed on March 2022. So from March 2022 and until the last timestamp, this IXP was offline. The problem is for us that in our datasets, the Meshroom IX seemed to be online. And that's a problem, because if this is offline, how do we know that any other IXP is also offline and we have it in our dataset as valid? Luckily for us, Meshroom IX is a very small IXP with 3 to 7 AS members. So even if it was offline, the impact in our results won't be so important. But even so, we would like to validate our sources. The first thing we tried to do was to collect some satellite images for the location of data IXPs, but we couldn't get a good number of photos per timestamp in order to have a nice sequence. So the other way we tried was to retrieve all available trace routes from RIPEatlas for the first 15 days of each timestamp. And for each trace route, if we found an IXP's IP in the path, we save the source and destination IP of it. So for example, here, we have this trace route, and we match this IP, which is from the GigaNet IXP. So we save in our pair list the source and destination of that route. And we collect all trace routes that have source destination IP from that list. And now here, if no IXP's IP found on those trace routes for other timestamps, then we consider the IXPs may be inactive for that timestamp. And we say maybe because we cannot be sure, because if you don't see it in trace route, doesn't mean that doesn't exist. But if we see it on the trace route, we know for sure that that IXP was active on that timestamp. So based on this information, we got this table. So here are all the Ukrainian IXPs sorted from the ones that are closest to Russian borders. And we can see that with the green blocks are the IXPs that are matched with an IXP IP for that timestamp. So we know for sure that the IXP is active on that timestamp. But the red one is the one that we cannot be sure about it. So if you see a red block for an IXP for a timestamp, that means that we have detected a pair of routes that match that IXP before or after, but not for the specific timestamp. The gray blocks are for the IXPs that do not exist in a specific timestamp in our datasets. And the dark red are the IXPs that existed, but we didn't match any trace route on them. Now, if we see this table, we can see that Meshroom IX, which we know for sure that got destroyed on March 2022, is actually offline until the last timestamp. But for the other 3 IXPs, we cannot say. Luckily for us, these 3 IXPs, which are closest to Russia and they appear to be offline, are very small in size, so they don't affect much our results. And luckily for us, the big IXPs of Ukraine, so the ones that hold the majority of autonomous systems, appear to be online on all timestamps. So, for example, GigaNet, Detail, 1IX, and so on. Also, here you can see that GigaNet IXP, after April 2022, got split it into 3 different IXPs. And the prefixes for that IXP got only to this one. That's why these 2 are not with no prefix. And after that we validated that the IXPs were valid, we needed to do the same with the ASN members. And in order to do that, we try to use PTR records. So basically, PTR record is something like this. And here, this PTR record indicates that a router is registered in GigaNet in Ukraine and is connected to a network named Tenet. So for each Ukrainian IXP, we retrieved all the available PTR records, which was around 1,500 from their IPs. And we manually matched the organization name or AS name to the PTR. This was a big word. Yes, it was hard. So after this validation, we came to this table. This is the 5 biggest IXPs of Ukraine. And here we can see how many ASs we got validated out of the ASs that our data sources indicate that they exist inside. So we got an accuracy of around 75%, which is actually pretty good. If you think about that, we only took account and linked PTR records to ASN numbers when it was absolutely clear that that PTR record is connected to that ASN. So we discarded many links that probably would be ASN to PTR record match. Moving on, here we decided to also retrieve the AES relationship data. So from CADA, we retrieved for both countries the relationship data for peer-to-peer and provider-to-client. And we saw about the same results here. So in the first plot, the red line is the number of foreign peers, number of foreign AESs peer with Ukrainian AESs. And we can see that after October 22, it almost tripled in size. That means that probably many other AESs peered with Ukrainian AESs in order to help with connectivity. But at the same time, we see that the percentage of Russian peers to foreign peers got also decreased. Now, for the Russian AESs, here, the red line again indicates the number of foreign peers to Russian. And we see that the number of peers got decreased over the time. So Russia had around 3,500 peers before the invasion, and around July 2022, it got around 3,000. And we can see that we have a slight decrease in the percentage of Ukrainian peers out of that number. And moving on, this is the client-to-provider, provider-to-client plot. So here we can see again that the red line is the number of foreign AESs that are clients to Ukrainian providers. And we can see that also this number got decreased from 160 to around 100. But also we have a massive decrease in the percentage of that number that are from Russian AESs. And for the final plot, here we can see something very strange. So for the number of clients that are clients to Russian providers, we have the number got decreased until October 2023. But then you can see a very big increase in that number of clients. And also, the percentage of Ukrainian clients to Russian providers stays around stable for the most part of the plot. So, yeah, in conclusion, depeering activity took place months before the invasion and continued during the first months after the invasion. Parts of peering infrastructure in eastern Ukraine were destroyed and lost connection until today. Peering between Russia and Ukrainian networks were significantly impacted, and the increased number of country changes for the conflicted countries. So, thank you very much. I will be happy to answer any question, or if you have any suggestions for my work, I'll be pleased to hear it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room? Don't have anyone in the queue. I would be curious, this paints us a picture, but do you plan to do any follow-up work, maybe some active measurements to see how things develop in that direction, or did you have a look at that already?
We don't see active measurements at the moment, but right now we try to correlate this and try to see if there is any connection to these infrastructure changes to geopolitical ones. So, yeah, for Russia and Ukraine, it's pretty obvious, but for other countries that may have increased peering or decreased the peering for other countries, it may not be so obvious.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially with your finding that the depeering actually started way ahead. So it could be interesting to expand that view. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda, we have a remote presentation that the presenter nicely already recorded for us, except in case something goes wrong. So if you had a close look at the list of IXPs that you saw in the previous presentation, the presenter we are hearing now, it's Pavel, and he's actually CTO at 1IX, so that was one of the IXs from that measurements. So what he's presenting on is actually experiences on developing distributed IXPs during the Ukraine war situation while dealing with physical attacks, power blackouts, and an insane amount of resource shortage during the war. So let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pavel. I am from 1IX company. This is network resilience and experiences of survival and development during the war in Ukraine. So what is the 1IX now? It is 20 cities across 10 countries. 240,000 prefixes inside the network. Double or triple redundancy of everything, of equipment, POPs, data channels, everything. More than 30 data centers we are residing inside. 170 or even 140 or 90 participants now. More than 3 terabits of traffic now. What were the main challenges for our company, our project? I will try to describe it in a few words in a couple of minutes. Physical destruction of infrastructure and electricity blackouts. So this is lead to inability to rely on the stable operation of tier 1 and tier 2 providers. Lack of resources, reduction in inventory and inability to replenish it, broken logistics, limited funding and investment. There were challenges on both supplier-buyer logistics chains and warehouse of the provider to POP logistics chains. Cyber attacks. Escalation in both the frequency and impact of targeted attacks. Telecom operators are also among the primary targets of cyber attacks, along with financial institutions, energy companies, government services, and registries. On December 12, 2023, Kyivstar, the company's largest telecommunications company, was hit by a massive cyber attack that knocked out mobile and internet services used by millions of people and disrupted air raid siren systems in part of Kyiv. Over-reliance on government and international support. Grants may be delayed or insufficient during emergencies. Human factor, the most critical one. Shortage of skilled personnel, no interchangeability. I would like to invite you to watch a short feature about how Ukrainian telecom operators and the government are working every day to maintain connectivity and the real challenges they face in doing so.
February 24th, 2022, a day that forever changed Ukraine. Every city and village, every family and business found itself under the impact of war. It brought not just physical destruction, but forced society to adapt to a harsh new reality marked by explosions and air raid sirens. One of the most critically important sectors during the war became telecommunications infrastructure. Connectivity emerged as one of the most vital resources for effective military operations. It was essential for coordination between units, rapid transmission of commands and information, controlling drones, and providing aid in crisis situations. For civilians, communication became a lifeline. It allowed people to stay in touch with family, even if they remained in conflict zones or fled abroad. It facilitated remote work, online education, and access to reliable information amidst propaganda and chaos. Telecommunications workers, recognizing the significance of their mission, began operating under extremely dangerous conditions. They repaired networks under fire, established autonomous power sources to sustain critical nodes, and despite losing revenue due to shrinking customer numbers, continued their efforts for Ukraine's benefit. Every day became a battle for connectivity because communication meant life, safety, and hope for millions of Ukrainians. These are the heroes at the forefront of Ukraine's battle for connectivity. The director of an internet provider from Kramatorsk, who has been maintaining connectivity for the community and soldiers since 2014, when the city was liberated from occupation despite constant shelling. A representative of 1IX, a distributed internet traffic exchange point that connects major operators, enhancing efficiency, connectivity, reliability, and accessibility of the internet. The owner and CEO of an internet provider who has transformed 60% of his network to a different technology due to energy supply issues. A member of the Ukrainian parliament who chairs the committees responsible for digital transformation, defense, and cybersecurity. The director of the largest fiber supplier for Ukrainian telecom operators and chairman of the Internet Association of Ukraine, representing hundreds of electronic communications operators. the manager responsible for the operation of the main distribution network of 1IX, overseeing the central and southern regions, some of which were under occupation and are now liberated. These stories are not fiction, they are real, and the lessons learned are invaluable. 1,000 times more valuable to hear than to experience firsthand.
Friends, I understand that right now it may seem that the war is far away in Ukraine and it will never reach you. You might think that if rockets start falling outside your window and the sound of machine gun fire becomes a reality, connectivity will be the last thing on your mind. But trust me, connectivity will be the first thing you think of. You will want to know where your loved ones are and what is happening. Connectivity will be the first thing you remember as an operator because it will become your weapon, your means of protecting yourself and your country. Back in February 2022, we lost connection too. Our employees were scattered across Ukraine, cut off from each other. We decided to create a kind of backup internet to provide at least basic messaging, television, and communication for our families, our citizens, and our entire country. We created 1IX. In 2 years of full-scale war, we now manage around 150,000 prefixes, have distributed across 50 independent data centers, and administer 7 cross-border connections. We all know the golden rule of network administrators. If it works, don't touch it. But believe us, it's far better to plan upgrades, deploy new uplinks, and expand your infrastructure when it is quiet, when no explosions are heard outside, and when there are no emergencies. Each new provider is a new experience, an opportunity to learn how to enhance and protect your network. We strongly recommend holding network security days once a month or once a quarter, testing new providers, connecting to new exchange points, trying new data centers, and establishing new routes. Unfortunately, the city of Kramatorsk has been suffering from the Russian invasion since 2014. From April to July 2014, the city was under occupation, and in 2015, it was struck by MLRS rockets, causing numerous deaths and injuries. Since the full-scale invasion on February 24, 2022, Kramatorsk has been bombarded with dozens of rockets. Infrastructure has been destroyed and lives have been lost. Our company once served nearly 15,000 subscribers. Due to forced evacuations and ongoing hostilities, we lost over 50% of our clients, even as the cost of maintaining and restoring the network under shelling skyrocketed. Behind me stands the Kramatorsk Hotel, which once housed one of our main technical sites. A rocket struck right next to the building, damaging all our main communication lines and equipment. It took more than 2 days to restore connectivity. Since February 24, 2022, we have restored over 400 kilometers of optical backbone and client networks. In terms of backbone channels, we were better prepared this time. In 2014, we only had 2 independent internet channels. By 2022, fearing the outbreak of hostilities, we had 6. Yet even this was not enough to maintain connectivity. Just 18 kilometers behind me is the front line. Unfortunately, the clothing I wear has become a uniform for our technicians, who must restore connectivity after each attack. Over this period, we have laid more than 80 kilometers of new underground backbone lines to our technical sites, ensuring independent, redundant routes in case of damage. We have also purchased dozens of powerful batteries and inverters to power our sites. Moreover, we are building a new optical network using PON technology in Kramatorsk's high-rise buildings to keep the city connected. Currently, we are in an underground shelter protected by nearly a meter of reinforced concrete. This is where we now have to relocate our equipment to shield it from shrapnel and missile strikes. I sincerely wish our experience was unnecessary for anyone, but war is a terrible thing. Here are a few tips that might help an operator in a crisis situation. Reserve everything you can. Have backup equipment in different locations. Secure as many internet channels as possible. Even 2 or 3 may not be enough during active hostilities. Keep a large stock of materials for repairs, especially when courier services cannot operate. Invest in energy-efficient technologies like PON and new energy-saving and generation solutions. Remember, your main resource is your employees. Leadership must stand with them during crises. Founded in 2002, Artecom occupies a critical position in Ukraine's telecommunications sector. The company specializes in backbone fiber optic communication lines, providing both its own and third-party network maintenance. The performance of these lines directly impacts the operation of nearly every telecommunications company in Ukraine. Before the war, we carefully analyzed potential risks and implemented a strategic program. The first and foremost concern was the safety of our personnel, physical safety. We didn't know where the rockets would fall, where explosions would occur, or where mines might be. Our employees travel across the country, restoring communication lines, constantly exposed to these dangers. To protect them, even before the war, we provided tactical medical training, equipped them with specialized first aid kits, and for those in high-risk areas, we supplied helmets and body armor. Another critical risk we foresaw was personnel loss due to mobilization. Companies like Artecom are essential for the state's functionality, and our employees, who maintain backbone lines, must remain in their roles. Securing military exemptions for these employees was a necessity, and though it was challenging, we gradually resolved these issues. But the challenges we faced during the war were beyond what any one organization could handle alone. Solving them required effective cooperation between state authorities, central, local, and businesses. I am the head of the line department for 1IX in Kyiv region. My team and I are responsible for maintaining the backbone and distribution networks here. We manage high-speed transit channels running from the center to the south for telecom operators, as well as distribution networks for businesses and residential users. When the war began, we immediately faced severe problems with the backbone lines. Regional network nodes, where major internet providers and mobile operators were concentrated, came under direct missile strikes. Many of these vital points were completely or partially destroyed. As the region saw intense fighting with heavy artillery shelling, the local population built defensive structures, trenches, bunkers, and fortifications. Excavators, tractors, and shovels dug up the ground everywhere, often severing our fiber optic lines multiple times a day. We found ourselves in a situation where our main lines were either damaged physically or went offline due to power outages. To ensure the stable operation of the network, we made a strategic decision to relocate and duplicate all major backbone sites. Allow me to show you one example of our experience, moving backbone equipment to a safe location where the risk of missile strikes is minimal and where we are entirely independent of the power grid. Here, we stand in one of our key locations, a regular building that now houses our passive backbone communication setup. All fiber optic cables, including backup routes laid along alternative paths, converge here. We dug several stretches, around 10 kilometers long, connecting to two different main communication channels, bypassing all primary backbone points to create an independent site. We also relocated some of our active equipment here, those that survived missile strikes. The remaining equipment was distributed among similar secure locations. Since no technical manuals exist for such a situation, we had to make decisions on the fly. So what did we achieve? The minimum required equipment fits in 3 telecom cabinets. Our DWDM systems deliver 1 terabit per second, while the current traffic on this equipment is around 500 gigabits per second. It can operate without electricity. Our fuel reserve lasts 4 months. It can run on solar energy for at least 10 hours without fuel or grid power. Only 2 technicians are needed for 1 hour daily to maintain this site. In summary, this site meets all the latest EU data center standards. In current conditions, it can operate for at least 6 months without electricity.
Autumn 2022 marked another turning point. As massive attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure resumed, the term blackout returned to daily vocabulary. Across many regions, emergency and planned power outages became commonplace. Both major cities and small towns experienced extended periods without electricity. In some areas, power was supplied for only 2 to 4 hours, followed by equal or longer outages. To cope with the new challenges caused by widespread power outages, Ukrainian internet providers had to reconsider their internal structures. Many companies established specialized units dedicated exclusively to maintaining stable network operations during crisis conditions. Their tasks included analyzing, purchasing, testing, and upgrading equipment, particularly batteries and uninterruptible power supply systems. The key requirements were fast charging, extended autonomous operation, and adaptability to unstable voltage. For many operators, this became essentially a new direction of activity that previously did not require such extensive efforts.
Our engineers and specialists urgently needed a solution, and we found it. We developed custom circuits and upgraded power boards in network switches. Electricity was on for 4 hours, then off for 4 hours. Our main task was ensuring the batteries could fully recharge within these 4-hour windows, so the devices would reliably operate during subsequent outages. At one point, we even started importing battery cells from abroad as they charged faster. We purchased battery management systems, BMS, and assembled batteries ourselves directly in our company's office.
Technical upgrades to charging stations and imports of lithium iron phosphate batteries allowed us to partially stabilize telecom network performance. However, these measures couldn't guarantee stability during sudden changes in outage schedules. Just a slight extension of the power outage from the planned 4 hours to 6 could again push network nodes to the brink of failure. To fundamentally solve this problem, some operators made a strategic decision, transitioning from active FTTB networks to passive optical networks, PON. Due to the absence of active equipment between nodes and users, these networks consume minimal energy and are significantly more resilient during prolonged blackouts. Although this transition is technically challenging and costly, it greatly reduces infrastructure dependence on unstable power supplies.
We significantly accelerated the deployment of PON networks. If at the start of the power outages, roughly 5 to 10% of our network was built using PON technology, over the next 2 years, we tripled that percentage of users. When I first joined Parliament, I worked in the Digitalisation Committee, where we brought about a revolution in our country. With the full-scale invasion, I joined the Defence Committee because cybersecurity and cyber defence are now among the most critical issues. We experienced kinetic attacks on our energy infrastructure firsthand. Behind me, you can see how Ukraine is now filled with generators. Our operators and service providers withstood this kinetic assault. Some operators ceased operations, but most, especially small and medium businesses, survived and continued working. Why? The key was having a three-layered power redundancy system, from uninterruptible power supplies to multiple generators, and multi-layered redundancy of landline communication channels. We have a unique number of telecom operators, over 2,000. Thanks to this diversity, I cannot recall a single instance where fixed communication for Ukrainian citizens disappeared completely. Today, nearly every Ukrainian is fighting. Maintaining the electronic communications sector is a constant challenge, but we have implemented a system for reserving key technical staff and emergency recovery teams, so that even during full-scale war, the digital communications sector continues to function. But our soldiers, our men, are not increasing in number. And unfortunately, this prolonged war drags on. I don't want to make predictions, but it may only be a matter of time before Ukrainians are no longer enough, and then you will have to defend Europe.
Massive shelling, energy instability, logistical challenges, and shortages of quality equipment became a true stress test for Ukraine's telecom industry. But these very conditions forced operators to quickly adapt, create new specialized departments, re-equip networks, transform access architecture, and reserve critical resources. The cost of this adaptation is enormous, but the results are gradually becoming evident. More and more nodes keep operating even in darkness. The number of passive optical networks is steadily increasing. Backup channels are becoming standard, making connectivity more reliable. The Ukrainian internet is learning to survive wartime conditions, becoming one of the most resilient networks in the world.
Based on everything we learned through extensive conversations with many partners in Ukraine, we have compiled some valuable insights, which I'm now going to share with you exclusively. Main conclusions. What would we strive for? Or what should we strive for? Redundancy of at least 3 times for uplinks, traffic paths, POPs, data centers, servers, and all critical components. Minimum inventory of required equipment and materials sufficient for 2 or 3 months. This is minimum, absolute minimum. The planning process must Guarantee device interchangeability, so from one vendor to another. Autonomous power supply. Backup generators and fuel reserves are critical. Give priority to energy-efficient technologies. Keep in mind the need for equipment, cooling, and temperature limits. Secure offline backups. Every network operator should develop a system of secure backup isolated from the network. A disaster recovery plan with all necessary details is essential, taking into account the presence or absence of staff. Don't rely solely on financial aid. Emergency spare parts on site are more valuable than waiting for external funds. Human factor is a key. Scout for talent, allocate resources for training programs, establish interchangeable job roles, and develop cooperation frameworks with public and military sectors. We connect networks to increase the efficiency, reliability, and availability of internet resources, providing a direct connection between CDNs, content providers, transport providers, eyeball networks. Enhanced efficiency and reliability, direct data exchange with leading operators and content providers, higher bandwidth and security, double or triple reservation, minimize downtime risks, flexible BGP management, optimize traffic routing and exchange based on your needs, more than 24/7 support, expert assistance, rapid response, and additional consultations for network management. We greatly appreciate any support. We route traffic to and from Ukraine, and we need peers. Therefore, we kindly ask our colleagues in the industry, tier providers, content providers, transit and eyeball networks to respond and get in touch with us. By doing so, you will help us fulfill our mission and support Ukraine. Thank you very much. Very proud to be here to share the knowledge. Thank you very much for all the internet community, providers community, internet exchange community, for all the maintainers of the open source programs and systems. See you soon. Bye.
Okay. So thank you very much to Pavel. You'll understand why this was recorded as video. I do believe he's online, and we can take some questions if there are any from the audience. And actually, I just want to check, is Gergana, were there any? Yeah, you are. Okay. Yes, please. By the way, Pavel, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, that's good to know. All right.
My name is Elena Kushnir, co-founder of NOC.ua. Thank you for your perfect presentation. And a lot of our colleagues here asked about one ISP. And we are, as the Ukrainian delegation, just want to invite you to NOC.ua because one IX will be there. And another IXs will be there. It will be held on Lviv from 13 till 16 of November. Lviv is a safe city, very beautiful city, and the stakeholders from the electronic communications field will be there, the best one, and the representatives from the government too, and you can receive the best practice, operator practice from the first hands. Welcome to Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I have a question. So you talked quite a lot about power efficient fiber optic technologies, but I'm wondering about wireless communications as well. So how does that sort of factor into the planning and the resilience? And also, how much how is this different to the fiber networks with respect to the power efficiency?
Excuse me, could you please clarify about the wireless networks? What do you mean? What do you asking for?
So are you using wireless networks as well as fiber optic networks?
No, we are not, because we are dealing with a big amount of traffic, wide data channels, so not. No.
Okay. All right. There's nothing on the chat. Okay. So Pavel, we'd like to thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And yeah, we'll move to the lightning talks.
Thank you.
Okay. So first up, I think Shane probably needs no introduction. But he's working as an engineer for IBM NS1, having previously worked for ISC, Dyn, RIPEstat, ARIN, probably some other places as well. But his lightning talk is about whether it's possible to get a random sample of internet packets using only tcpdump. And Shane, you have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. So I don't have much time, so I'm just going to get into it. This talk is about random sampling using tcpdump. So I was doing some traffic analysis, doing normal things that you'd be expecting, packet capture and things like that. The type of analysis I was doing was such that I didn't want every packet of the particular type that I was looking at. So my thought was I can get, say, 1 in 1,000 of these or something like that. I usually use tcpdump mostly because I'm lazy and it's everywhere. You don't have to write any software or anything. You can just write a PCAP filter and you're done. But as far as I can tell, there was no way in tcpdump to do this kind of random sampling. So I basically resigned myself to having to write a program to do this and then copy it out to our edge and things like that. And then I thought, maybe there's a way to do this. So I thought about it, and while even if the application itself doesn't have a way to pick a sample of packets, there is a source of entropy inside your packets themselves. So in IPv4, there's the header checksum. Now this is it's as far as I can tell the same checksum algorithm as from when IPv4 was first introduced decades ago, but it's there, and it's like most checksums, CRC type things. It's designed to be kind of randomly distributed depending on the input that you get. So it's really old and it's not cryptographically sound or anything, but I did some analysis and you can see it basically seems to be uniform. And that's really good for what I was trying to do of some random sampling. So if you have a randomly distributed input, it's really easy to get a subset of that with just a simple comparison. And so you can see on the screen here, you can, with tcpdump, with the rules, you can actually just say, I want to look for IP packets, and you can point to the actual offset within the packet of where you're looking and do a bitwise AND for the value. And if that comes up with the value you're looking at, then it's a match, and then that will appear basically based on powers of 2 right there. So that's about 1 in every 4,096 packets, which is what I was using. Now you can use this for any power of 2. Everything basically works. I'm pretty confident that if you wanted to do more work, you could actually pick anything. Like if you really wanted every 17th packet or something, you could do the math. I'll leave that as an exercise to the student. So awesome, great, we're done, right? Except that we really want to do IPv6 as well. And so you can look carefully at the packet format for an IPv6 packet, and you'll see the checksum is, oh, there's no checksum. So I guess we're just not going to do IPv6, okay? I guess I'm done. No, we really want to do IPv6. So the thing is, in IPv6, the decision was made that the higher level protocols are the ones that are supposed to handle packet integrity. Now in TCP, it's sort of required, it's built into it. In UDP, checksums were optional IPv4, but those were kind of promoted to being mandatory in IPv6 because of this restriction. So I'm gonna show you how we do this with UDP and IPv6 because I'm a DNS person and UDP is what I care about mostly. You can do the same type of thing for TCP. It's just at a slightly different offset in the packet. It's fine. It's also a 16-bit checksum. And presumably, if you were using a more modern protocol like QUIC, it would work as well because QUIC is based on UDP. So you should just be able to use the UDP stuff. Anyway, luckily, UDP is very simple. Source port, destination port, length, and checksum. So the checksum's right there. Great. Now, I did some crazy TCP dump work about 11 years ago. I did a presentation, I think, at RIPE. And at that point, you couldn't use the UDP construct within IPv6, and it seems like that's still the case. It's okay though. The headers are such that you can just take out the IPv. You can just use an IPv6 instead of UDP, and you can see this looks very similar to what we saw in the IPv4 case, except that we're using IP6, and the offset's 42 bytes, and we do the same thing. So that's basically it. It gives us a similar sampling in IPv6 to what we saw in IPv4. So you put it all together, simple, easy peasy, right? There it is. I don't have a script you can download or anything like that, but that's the basic approach. And I was just pleased as punch to be able to do this. So if you ever come across a place where you have this in your own network, you can use it now. Except of course, it may not be exactly what you need in all cases. So this is probabilistic sampling. So if you really want to pick every 10 packet or every 10,000 packet, this isn't going to give you what you want because it's random-ish. And I say random-ish because it's not cryptographically sound. So it seems to be, based on my non-scientific analysis, a pretty good approach. But it also depends on the contents of the packet. So I wouldn't advise putting in this into your data pipelines, because it means that an attacker who knows that you're doing this can influence the results and either hide traffic or make sure, or fill up your logs or buffers or things like that. So don't do this for serious things. But if you are doing an ad hoc measurement, quick review of traffic and things like that, then it's really useful technique. And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. So we actually do have quite a bit of time for questions, as it turns out. I believe there's nobody in the queue?
With the queue?
Oh, Warren, he's over there. Okay. Okay, Warren.
Warren Kumari, Google. I'm assuming I just missed it somewhere, but doesn't this not work if there are IPv6 extension headers?
So don't use IPv6 extension headers, I think is the...
Germaid. Shane, this is a quick and dirty hack. I like it. One thing I would say though is, have you done any kind of analysis of the results you've got from this approach by, say, for example, capturing a whole packet stream and then going and do a test on that packet stream with what your sampling produced to see if the two methods ended up producing broadly similar results? Essentially, what I'm saying is, have you given anything way of trying to prove that your sampling technique is producing sound results?
No, I haven't done any kind of confirmation or checking like you described to make sure. So big scary caveats: double check that this is actually useful for you. But it seems like it's pretty good. And if you want to use it for more serious ad hoc checks, then you can maybe try this kind of check. And if it doesn't work, please let me know and I'll stop doing it.
Okay, thanks, Shane.
All right.
Over there.
Lutz Dornhake. Cool idea. Second point, if you are looking for something more than getting a feeling, if you are looking for some error, please include ICMP.
I actually don't know if you can do this with ICMP. I don't think, is there any kind of checksums? Maybe.
All ICMP. If you are looking for errors, all ICMP.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
All right. No one else in the queue. So again, Thank you very much, Shane.
Thank you.
Right. That then brings us to our final lightning talk, and indeed final talk of this session. So this is going to be given by Maynard Koch. He is a research associate at the Distributed and Network Systems Group at the Technical University of Dresden. So his research is focused on DNS and scalable IPv6 scanning. And this lightning talk is going to talk about how routing loops in the IPv6 internet are becoming an increasing problem and how they can be mitigated. So Maynard, over to you. You actually can have more than 10 minutes if you want, but only a bit more.
Thank you, Kevin, for the introduction. So yeah, I'm Maynard from TU Dresden, and today I'm going to talk about amplification through routing loops in IPv6. Oh. No, okay. So imagine you send a single ping request to an arbitrary IPv6 destination. What would you expect? You would expect to get at most one reply. But now imagine that you send this request and you receive like 250,000 TTL exceeded messages. And that's exactly what we observe. So a single ICMP echo request can trigger more than 250,000 TTL exceeded messages from the same router. And don't worry, we know how to increase this even further. So why is that? That's from the interplay of two issues. Both issues are known since and also discussed since several years, but with increasing IPv6 deployment, they become more and more present. So the first one are routing loops, so which is basically a misconfiguration, and I will come to that in a few seconds. And the second one is the TTL exceeded amplification, which is a software bug that leads to the duplication of ICMP echo requests. And if you have a routing loop, the packet gets looped and then it gets amplified or duplicated, and there you have a perfect example of amplification. So to start, what is a routing loop? Let's consider the following example. We have two routers. For simplicity, let's say R1 is the provider, and the provider assigns less specific, let's say covering /32 prefix to one of its customers, which we call R2. But R2 does not use the complete address space. R2 just uses a tiny fraction of it. And it only assigns two more specific downstream routes to, whatever. And for the remaining part of the address space, it just has a default route configured, which then gets routes all the packet back to R1. So that's where you can see maybe the routing loop where it emerges. So let's consider the case you send the ICMP echo request, for example, to a destination that lies within the 32 covering prefix, but is none of the does not belong to the more specific announcement of router 2. So the packet starts looping because it gets routed to R1. R1 has a route configured for this specific subnet, so it sends it back to R2. R2 sends it back to R1. So this packet starts looping. And those deployments easily occur when provider assign provider aggregatable address space to customers. And this is far more likely in IPv6 than in IPv4. So what finally happens is that this routing loop ends when the TTL exceeds. So TTL reaches 0, and then ICMP TTL exceeded error message is triggered. And that one gets sent back to the victim. Sorry, not the victim, but the client, but it could be a potential target. But in our case, it's not a single request. So one of the routers starts to duplicate the ICMP echo request. So it gets routed back, and in the next loop iteration, all the incoming already duplicated echo requests get duplicated again. So you create a huge loads of traffic between these routers, and you also create a huge flood of TTL exceeded messages because each individual echo request triggers a TTL exceeded message. Amplification at its best, and we got that confirmed by Juniper. Yeah, so how can you prevent that? It's an easy fix. You can just set a null route at the customer router so that for the unused address space, just the traffic gets black holed. So this prevents the loop from emerge, and therefore you also have no amplification. To better understand the deployments in IPv6, we conducted some measurements in the wild. What we found were in November 2024, 141 million /48 subnets, which means if you send a packet to the destination that's within the 48 subnet, that triggers a routing loop. This number increased in April 2025 by up to 15%. And yeah, so because of time constraints, cannot go into the details now, but feel free to join the working group session on Thursday morning, where I can go into a bit more detail of the underlying results. Of these routing loops, we observe amplification for 7.4 million subnets in 2024, and in 2025, this also increased up to 10 million. So to conclude, loops are bad, amplification is worse. IPv6 deployments make routing loops far more likely than an IPv4. And some IPv6 router implementations, they do duplicate these looping packets. And we can expect an increasing threat potential because of increasing IPv6 deployment. Okay, so if you operate an IPv6 network and you also use default routes, please also install null routes. If you do IPv6 scanning, like we do, please exclude networks that lead to routing loops. We don't want to have a high impact on the network load because of our scans. So if you need any data, come to us, we can provide some. Last but not least, do not use unnecessarily high IPTTL values. So when scanning, for example, value of 64 should be sufficient enough. And I would also argue that lower values are sufficient. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you for listening. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Maynard. Yes, a question there.
Thank you for your work. My name is Antonio Prado, Fiber Telecom. I received your email.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You said we can provide full access to all data.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. You also wrote we would be grateful for any feedback. Can you confirm our observations? Okay. I wrote back to you, and then you replied, thank you very much for reaching back to me. In case you already fixed the observation, etc. We received more emails than we can answer individually. So we didn't receive any insight, any detail.
We
just asking.
Yeah. So there will be one more slide in the working group session about this mail campaign. We created a lot of noise, so sorry for that. We tried to, I think the second mail should contain data, at least for some examples, so you can confirm. But we can check. I can send you the full data set if you want for your AS. That's not a problem. But it's hard to just send 1,000 mails with loads of data. And yeah, I mean we can do, but actually, to be honest, we didn't expect that mail campaign to that it creates that lot of noise. Yeah. So, but yeah, thanks for your comment.
Okay, question there.
Hi, Tim Armstrong, Boulder. Just wondering, out of all of the ISPs that are, officially supporting manners, have you noticed any of them actually experiencing this issue? Because theoretically, it should stop it, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What was he mentioning?
So, are there any ISPs who claim to be fully compliant with manners that are actually impacted by this? Because manners, like filtering, should be stopping this, right?
Yeah, it should. I mean, but
were there any that you noticed, or did you not look into the whether or not people were claiming to be manners compliant or not?
No, I did not yet looked into that yet, but that's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ramon Bister from the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences, and I just have a question about this software bug. Is this more like a general bug which happens on arbitrary equipment, or is it like on particular vendors only?
We found that bug with the high amplification rates of more than 200,000 replies for a single request to come from Juniper routers, and they asked their at Broadcom, which is the chipset provider, and Broadcom just replied, yeah, it looks like it's something with their chipset. They didn't go into much detail, but yeah, they said they want fixes. Bad, but yeah.
Okay, so it seems some to be like hardware related. Actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, there's no one else in the queue, I don't think. So again, thank you very much, Maynard.
Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're gonna take a quick break from BGP, IXP, and all that stuff, and focus a little bit more on what's happening on the client. Specifically, we're gonna add video conferencing applications, which, okay, I'm not going to surprise anybody in this room when I'm saying they are everywhere. I'm sure everyone uses them at least weekly, if not more. I use them every day, basically. My boss is probably watching right now using one. And when we started working on these, we're trying to figure out how we can actually monitor them, what's actually happening under the hood. So we started looking, right? So the good news is that it's easy, right? You have a call, you have a bunch of people, they all connect to the same media relay, they send audio video, they get audio video back. Everybody's happy, right? We can just look at what's happening, and that's fine. Except no. In reality, you do have that. You do have, of course, audio and video going back and forth, but you also have a bunch of other things happening. You have telemetry, you have chat messages, you have this small green bubble that turns red whenever you join a call. That's also traffic that's happening. And when you look at it from the client, before you can start thinking about monitoring what's happening, you need to start figuring out what is worth monitoring. Where is actually the audio and the video? And usually that's pretty easy to do. You just look at the RDP headers. RDP is the protocol you typically use to transport audio and video, so just look for that. If the packet has RTP in it, it's worth monitoring. If not, you can just ignore it. Except here we're looking at another thing, like what happens if you don't have access to the payload? You just have access to UDP and IP headers. Except in that case, we don't even have the full IP or UDP header. We basically have a 5-tuple to identify the flows and packet timing information and nothing else. This is what we were working with here. And we're trying to think of ways to first identify the flows and then trying to infer some interesting metrics from it. And this is what I'm going to talk about now. So the first thing, obviously, is identifying the media flows because we want to know what's worth monitoring. So let's look at the traffic. The good news is that it's pretty obvious what's happening. We're just eyeballing the traffic. Here, each dot is a packet. And the vertical lines are user actions. So I was recording that on my laptop. I joined the call with no video, no audio. And the first vertical line is the moment I turn my microphone on and start talking. So the top one is audio traffic. The second vertical line is when I turn on my camera. And so you see here the video traffic, and the third and fourth line are actually when I turn screen sharing on and off. So it's pretty easy to just eyeballing the traffic to try to understand, even with zero information about the payload, what's really happening under the hood. And how do we go from that to some kind of method we can use to automatically do that on a client and identify the media flows? We ended up just counting packets. So can you see? Yeah, cool. The clear blue line is actually the number of packets where you discretize the traffic of each flow into windows of 2 seconds, right? So instead of looking at it continuously, you look at it for windows of 2 seconds, and for each windows, you count the number of packets. And this is what the line is showing. And what we've seen is that actually just counting packets is enough to identify with accuracy the media flows. I'm talking more than 99% accuracy here. We'll count the packets, and if for a window you have more than 10 packets either sent or received for 10 consecutive windows, so 20 seconds, that's the media flow. And that's all we have to do to identify the traffic, again, with nothing, no information about the RTP headers, nothing at all, really. And that was enough to just identify the traffic. Well, so that's cool. We know what we want to monitor. Now, what metrics can we infer from that? So we're looking at this really completely passively from the client. So that's an important thing to remember, because we want to be careful about battery life here. It's not like a big server or router where we can just blast something across all CPUs and get what we want. We have to be careful not to drain the battery completely, otherwise people are going to be angry at us. Right. So the first thing we looked at, and that's the obvious one to look at, I guess, is trying to see if we identify a media flow. Can we actually know if it's audio or video? Turns out yes, and that's pretty easy to do. This is the distribution of packet sizes. On the left is all packets, then video, audio, and it's pretty obvious, right? And it's not really surprising either. Audio packets tend to be smaller in size than video packets, so we can just find a good threshold in the middle, and that's easy enough. We've tried that with a bunch of commercial applications, a bunch of different configuration from 2 participants to 6 participants, and also with adding artificial jitter and loss on the traffic to see if that changes things. Not that much. We can still, the threshold changes a little bit, but if you pick something around 600, 700 bytes, that's pretty safe. And that works in pretty much all situations. So that was easy. Now for a bit more difficult thing, and I think more interesting, we can actually infer the boundaries of the frames completely passively. So you take a video flow, right? And you want to know where a frame begins and where a frame ends with, again, just a 5-tuple and packet timing information. So there's a number of things you need to keep in mind here, but it's pretty simple. A frame is usually almost always too big to fit into one packet, so it's split into multiple packets. And the packets of the same frame, right, will usually have the same size, plus or minus 4 bytes in our experience. That's because applications use what is called forward error correction to first detect if some packets were modified by the transport, and in some cases you can even fix it without having to ask for retransmission from the source. But consecutive frames will not have the same size. They vary a lot. This is because codecs are actually smart enough to not send the full frame all the time. Like, take me, for instance, right now, I'm talking, I'm moving around this area, things are changing, so you have to change send the new information, but the background is not. So the codecs are actually able to basically send the diff between the current frame and the previous one, and that changes the size of the frame significantly. So if you look at consecutive packets, you will see a bunch of packets with the same size. I have a very beautiful diagram at the bottom with a bunch of the packets on the left are 800 bytes and the 2 bytes, so they're the same frame. And then you see a jump to 960 bytes. And that stays at 960 bytes. So you can see that here, this is where the first frame, sorry, ends and the second frame starts. And again, that works, we tested it, that works up until about 10% loss on the link, then it starts having a bit of issue, but still, and that works again with like up to 6 participants on most commercial application. And this is pretty good because then we can actually measure the frame rate, again, completely passively. We just have to know if it's a video flow or not. Here on the black line is actually the ground truth. We were running on the WebRTC version in that case, so you can get the ground truth from the browser. You know exactly what the frame rate is. And the orange line is our estimation using our method here. So you can see it's not exactly the same, but it's still pretty close. We're still pretty happy with the results here. And what else? Yes, the last thing that we managed to do is measuring the video resolution. So what was surprising to me that that actually doesn't correlate with the frame rate, but rather the packet arrival rate. As you can see here, this is a distribution of the packet arrival rate. The grayish lines are 240p. The orange and red line are 360p, and the bluish line are 720p. And it's pretty clear that you can use some threshold and pretty easily, just looking at the packet rate over, let's say 10 seconds, for instance, the packet arrival rate, you can just use some threshold to completely passively identify the resolution of the video. And we only tried these three resolutions because this is the one that are supported by most applications. I'm pretty sure you can get specific application to get like a 1080p or something like this, but we're mostly focusing on the one that everybody uses on their laptops, like Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, etc. I mean, you all know them. And yeah, I think that's all I have for today. Yeah, just to quickly sum up what we're trying to do here. So we're monitoring on a client executively. So battery life and efficiency were of paramount importance for us because we really do not want to deplete the battery and basically want to be as transparent as possible here. Just using a 5-tuple in packet timing information, which is really easy to get, you can actually not only identify media flow and classify them, but you can also infer so Grigorii metrics like frame rate and the video resolution, again, completely passively. And I think that's pretty neat. And that's all I have. So now, thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, now's the time.
If you have questions, this is the moment. You can just go to the microphone and say your affiliation and your name. Anybody? Okay, then
there is one, I think.
Hi, Daniel.
One question has to be done. Hi, I'm Daniel Karnberg, current and first employee of the RIPENCC. It's more a suggestion. The talk gives us what kind of things you can get from these 5 tuples plus timing information. But if you have to do the talk again, I would like to see a matrix of what kind of things you derive from that, like the CDF, like the sizes, like so on, and say, if you take this combination, you can derive that. If you can that combination, you can derive that. Would be a bit more clear. Just a suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for your question. Or another question.
Sergey Gorinsky, India Networks Institute. So you use the packet counts to determine the distinction between audio, video, and screen sharing, right?
No, the packet size.
Or packet size.
Packet counts to identify the media flows, and then the packet size to identify if it's audio or video or something else.
And can you tell more how exactly some simple thresholds on the packet size or?
Yeah, can I go back in there? It's pretty clear if you look at the, oh, here it is. Like on the left, you have the distribution of sizes of all packets, right, for all media flows. And this is pretty clear here that the video packets are larger. So if you take a threshold here, like 700 bytes, you're pretty safe to identify the classifiers with the media types.
Okay, so how do you distinguish between video and screen sharing? Probably screen sharing would be similar to video, right?
Screen sharing would be closer to video, but smaller because there's less, the frame rate is much lower because again, it doesn't change much, right? There's no movement really. If you're just sharing slides, for instance, you have a slide every minute or so and you would not have a lot of movement. So this is actually one thing we're trying to figure out right now because that works pretty well for screen sharing, but there's some situation where it works a bit less and trying to find some other way to filter that out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, that works. I'm curious about this particular slide.
and what appears to be the maximum packet size, and I'm not sure if it's packet or payload, of around about 1280, not 1470. Did you see outliers that head towards 1470? Or is for some reason the internet collapsing its maximum packet size because someone decided that 1280 was a magic number?
No, we didn't see many outliers on the...
You didn't?
No, not really, no.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly feeling very old. I'm like, you know.
Perfect. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. And we go with the next presenter. The next presenter is Joshua Levitt. He will present who actually is finding the companies behind the networks. Joshua is a PhD student in the Cybersecurity and Private Research Group at the University of York. His research focuses on internet architecture, internet governance, and routing protocols. Josh is also part of the System Lab, an experimental laboratory on system and network interoperability. The stage is yours.
Hello. If you can cast your mind back to kind of about this time last year, I gave a presentation looking at the geopolitics of the internet architecture, and that was involving topology measurement, and this kind of builds on that, taking some of that kind of data and approach and finding the weaknesses in it. And one of the questions earlier to one of the earlier presentations was looking at sibling networks and the kind of impact that has when we do these measurements. And this is a way of tackling that. And it's based upon an exam I was marking earlier in the year, where the students, bachelor students, were asked to run a trace route and identify where this particular trace route might have jumped across to Australia. And the expectation was they'd look at the round trip time and be like, ah, okay, it's probably happened in that kind of gap then. But some of them took a more interesting approach where they started looking at kind of registry information and looking at the pointer records in their trace routes and taking a different angle at it. And looking at this, it was like, oh, that's an interesting thing that I hadn't thought about being applied to my research. So this is kind of nabbing that idea and then using it to measure the internet a bit more. I won't go quite into that direction, but I want to tell you how this bit works. So, for instance, we have a whois lookup of an IP address, and previously we don't really know much about it, so we shove it into whois and we get back this kind of information. And as a human, I can read this and look at that net name and think, oh, okay, I know who that is. That looks like Linode. Other suppliers are available. But if you're a machine, that isn't necessarily intuitive. And this net name doesn't necessarily carry across all of the whois data. So instead, you might dive into the org attribute and you get this information. It's like, okay, problem solved. In this case, no need to look further, right? Some of you might know the history of Linode and already be clued on to where I might be going next, but let's just take a trace route measurement and see what happens. And so we do. And as we look down this, it's like, okay, that last attribute down at the bottom there isn't what I expected. In fact, it's not really being used by Linode at all. It's used by a customer, probably. In this case, it's Crystal Hosting. Other hosting providers are available. And similarly, if you look further up that trace route, you might be interested to see the other name that's appearing. Because in fact, it's not really Linode at all. Someone else owns Linode. In fact, they spent about 800 million euro buying them in 2022, I think. And so we see this Akamai name, and really we were living in a lie. We looked at whois and we thought this was probably Linode. And although that technically is true, it's a little bit misleading because Linode is owned by somebody else. So if we were using this in our internet measurement, we might have assumed that there were two separate networks, which wasn't correct. So how can we do this better? In this case, we're going to build a tool that hopefully can look at various points of information around what we were originally looking at and use that to try and facilitate a better network measurement. So we can take the BGP table, for instance, and look at the updates and see where the IP address looks like it's being routed to. We could look at some of the DNS records associated, and we could look at the registries and see if that can supplement our findings. So looking at the first part of that, this is the information we kind of collect. On the left-hand side here, we see that there's a DNS chain associated. In this case, the pointer record and the forward DNS are exactly the same destination, which might not be true for, or isn't true for a lot of IP addresses. We also see this RDAP response. most of which I must say is the terms and conditions of using the registry query, which is just a whole load of nonsense, and I can't understand how a protocol would be designed to give you kind of a tenth of the information you require surrounded by all the other stuff, but that's another discussion altogether. But in this case, we can work out that actually that domain name is tied to this other company that we saw being resolved to at the bottom of that trace route. Interesting. So the right-hand side now, we're in the bottom right corner, we're building up an info bank of what we know so far, and we'll piece that together as we go along. We can also dive into the organization attribute, and we see that actually very few of these match. And in this case, it's very convenient because they contain the same string, but that isn't true, again, for a lot of these other lookups that you might be performing, whether it's an IP address or an ASN or a domain name. In fact, the registries can't even agree to all use RDAP together, and some of them you try and query with RDAP and they haven't implemented it yet, and vice versa. If you try and query with GUIs, it turns out they've already deprecated it and started using RDAP, which is a whole nightmare of its own. But some of this provides contact information, which we'll also revisit in a minute. So this next step is taking all those records and trying to piece them together. So in this case, this is how we perform a kind of basic string match, so very basic natural language processing. We have the two names, the two entities associated with what we were looking at the beginning, the IP address, and we see that if we extract the punctuation, we can start doing some matching. We can't do a whole string match because, of course, one of them contains this extra long string at the end, just for our convenience. And if we try and match a subset, that subset is actually a tiny portion of the overall string of one of them, so we conclude in this case it's probably not a match. That's not correct, so we have to try and find other ways of matching. And this is how we do it. So what we can look at is things like telephone numbers. If we keep the country code in, because of course that's significant to whether the telephone number matches or not, we can start trying to piece some of these entities together, and you can see that we've made links between Akamai Technologies Inc. and Linode LLC. When we look at the email address, we can try and match based on the domain, but the whole email address isn't a valid, is the main attribute you want to look at, because the domain name itself is often shared across a lot of other of them because they use anonymizers to try and, I guess, sort junk mail and trying to avoid exposing private email addresses. And in some cases, they also use people's names, and we can try and match them across these objects as well. And so in this case, we're kind of building a picture where we can see that these two entities are connected, that these two kind of data points, the AS number and the IP address, are probably connected, and that this domain name is a bit of an outlier. It's actually a separate company altogether. Second, we can continue going in this kind of direction here, so we can go to peering DB and see if they have any information we can learn from. In particular, we can see what people refer to as their kind of network type, and see that way if we can work out who might be a parent network or a child network. And similarly, we can see if any of the organizations match from that, as well as the information we found so far. So at this point, we know two things. We know that the network is owned by, we assume, Linode LLC, which is probably the same as Akamai. And we know that it's operated by, well, we assume Linode LLC, but it's used by a different company altogether. So we've got a kind of chain of connections forming based on the information you can find on the right-hand side in that kind of info bank column. What we can do to go a bit further, and what I have implemented in my research, but I haven't made publicly available in the code because it's a kind of a UK-specific thing, we can look up in company databases to see if we can associate a legal entity with the information we have, whether it's matching names or addresses, and whether, for instance, the postcode in the UK case matches the same in both places. So we can work out effectively who the legal entity is behind the network. And similarly, we can work out if one company has been accumulated by the other or not. So at this stage, what we've worked out is that Crystal Hosting is a customer of Linode LLC based on the fact they've got no other connections, and all we can see is that one of these records, the domain name in particular, is pointing to this IP address and vice versa. And similarly, we can see that Linode LLC is probably a child of Akamai because we know that Akamai and PeeringDB has the largest connection of networks, and that Linode was kind of traversed to via the other networks infrastructure. So how can we validate this in a bit more? And it's quite complicated, and I would be very interested in having a bit more of a discussion with the RIPENCC about how they do this at registry beyond just manual verification. In this case, I've visited best out 200 resources and tried to manually piece together this myself, which involves going through Companies House and various other entities to be like, are these actually the same organization? And some people use shell companies, and that's its own kind of accounting nightmare and difficult for me as a PhD student to be able to do that on any sort of scale. So ideally, we want to try and automate this as much as possible. So taking these 200 attributes, which are a little bit biased towards who people have run trace routes to and write backlists and things, but assuming that that's a fairly representative list, we can find that the tool that I've built returns the correct parent owner name for most resources, and definitely more than who is managed to. So either this is the company name, and either being the main result it returned, or we think it's also known as, and giving you a string of a couple of other names that it could be. In 83% of cases, it gave the correct parent company name as the first result in the list, which I would say is quite impressive based on this kind of trying to find it through these two different approaches, the registry information and what resources are connected. And in almost 96% of cases, it found the correct data, even if it didn't quite work out that it was the parent company involved. But it would have told us, for instance, that the two entities were connected, which is quite significant when it comes to working out, when it comes to building a topology, that two entities might be connected as well, so whether two networks might be peering with each other. So, in summary, whereas information at the moment, although technically accurate, isn't very representative. And I don't really know the complete solution to that problem. That's probably a discussion for a different working group altogether. And tracking ownership across these registries is actually really quite hard because a lot of them aren't using the same entity names. So in this case, Linode LLC and Linode LLC without a comma. And the same with Akamai in one registry and someone else in another. And particularly when it comes to domains, domain tracking across different registries is almost an impossible challenge because everyone gives information to, different information to each registry they seem to interact with. And although with the 5 RIAs sharing a little bit of information, although it changes day by day, they can kind of coordinate who owns these entities. That isn't true for domains. But what we have found is that even basic natural language processing techniques give us a little bit more insight, and so we can start joining up these resources, which is a complicated research challenge, and hopefully this is a big step towards resolving some of that. And if you want to look at the code for yourself, I've made it available on GitHub, so you can visit that link. And with that, thank you very much.
Jeff Houston, APNIC, I have a helpful hint for you that will solve a lot of your problems. Not all, but a lot. Do you know about the extended stats files?
Yes.
You know about the org ID?
Yes.
And therefore you know that if an entity holds a collection of V4, V6 and AS numbers, they will have the same org ID in that RIR. And you can then know that that collection of resources is actually billed against the same entity by that RIR, which would save a lot of fuzzy text matching.
It didn't really show very well in these slides, but we were actually using that as a connection. So we did look at the organization entity, and that's how we got to the point of working out the AS number in the first place, based on that
but
IP address.
It maps into the IP addresses as well, yes.
Yeah, it's what we were doing, but I kind of glossed over that a little bit, so that's on me. But we were trying to do that as much as possible, but where it doesn't track is when you go cross registries, which is slightly more complicated. And that's what this was trying to aim to solve rather than within a registry where, yeah, you're right, that's a very doable technique.
I'm stupid, sorry. All right, I'll try again, and now you can actually hear me. If there are no other questions, I actually have one, and that is, what can resources and registries do to help us who would like to derive that information that you are helping us combine in this tool, but what would be useful to make it easier?
It would be really helpful if, when you did a merger or an acquisition, you updated your registry information to at least hint that you might be the same organization. Because I think a lot of cases where people are purchasing other organizations, the registry is probably one of the last thoughts down the line. And although technically they might be two separate companies, in reality, when they are the same entity behind them, it would be useful to know. And similarly, if you could give them at least close text-based or address or telephone number names, that would also be very big help for both our research purposes, but also similarly, it might help you being able to traverse other people's networks and work out where connections have gone wrong. And similarly, when it comes to kind of the law enforcement angle, being able to work out who the administrative entity they want to contact is without having to go to the RIPE NCC or others would probably be a benefit to them as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So next up, we have Wehe Lee from Pontus, who is going to be talking to us about a memory efficient and high accuracy approach for persistent-based item lookup in a high-velocity data streams. I made all the words. Wehe is a PhD student, candidate at the University of Edinburgh, specializing in data structures for traffic detections in high-speed network. And
can you hear me?
Welcome. We hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wehe Lee. Today I'm going to present my work, Pontus, which just got accepted by ACM WebConf this year. And in this paper, we propose a new sketch for persistence-based item lookup in high-speed data streams. And this work is a collaboration work with people from Indian networks. And thanks to my collaborator, Zukai Beza, Alec, Professor Marco, and Professor Pope. So first, I will introduce the background of data stream assessing. So here we have different items in the data streams, and through some measurement strategy, we can extract some key information which can be utilized for different applications, such as user behavior analysis. Imagine you're the content provider, and a better user behavior analysis is important to improve the user experience, which can be further utilized for improving the company revenue. So, for instance, some websites that's been persistently accessed by users, those kind of behaviors that indicates user preferences. So the content provider can give users more like this type of content to attract users' interest. So now I will use an instance to show you the definition of persistence. So here is a data stream with different items, and we divide this data into 3 time windows. For item E1, it appears in the first time window and second time window, so its persistence is 2. But for item E2, even though it appears 3 times, but they all appear in the same time window, so its persistence is only 1. So detecting persistent items is to look up those items with higher persistence. But doing this thing is not easy because it has like 2 challenges. The first challenge is the data stream typically like transmit in very high speed. So we need to process each incoming item at a very high speed. And in the current platform, like the L1 cache on the fastest processing speed, but its memory is pretty limited. Like for the L1 cache, a 64 kilobytes memory is still very common to see. So it is impossible for us to track the information of all items and then to retrieve like the persistent items is not doable. So Sketch has been proposed, which is an approximated structure based on hashing technique. And here's an instance of a very classic sketch called on-off sketch. So in Sketch is a 2-dimensional table. We have D arrays, and in each rows, we have L counters. For the on-off sketch, in each counter, or we call it as a bucket, contains 2 fields. The first field is a flag on or off, and the second field is a persistence counter. So I will use an instance to show you how Sketch works. So like when E3 arrives, we will first use 3 different hash functions and locate 3 different buckets in different rows. And for the first row, because the counter, the flag is on, it means that this bucket has not been accessed in this time window. So its counter will increase by 1 from 5 to 6. But for this bucket, the flag is already being off. It means that in this time window, this bucket has been accessed by other incoming items. So the persistence will not be further increased. Recall that no matter how many times this item arrives, its persistence will be only increased by 1 in this time window. So for this bucket, because the flag is off, so nothing changed. So in the end, we can summarize the information of all items in a small table. So we can do some like approximate computing to retrieve its estimate persistence. Like for on-off sketch, in the end, it will use the minimal value among all the hash buckets as its estimate persistence. So that is the working process of sketch based on the hashing techniques. But the limitation is twofold. The first limitation is, in practice, the traffic distribution is very high skewed. So it means that most items, their persistence is very low. And we conduct a data analysis. We use 4 real-world traces and divide these traces into 1600 time windows. And we found that over 85% items, their persistence is no more than 10. So because sketch is based on the hashing techniques, so when the memory is limited, the hash collisions are severe. So the persistent items will be easily evicted by non-persistent item easily from the bucket, which will lead to low detection accuracy. And last year, we also proposed a new state-of-the-art called Stable Sketch, and also accepted by ACM.conf, and we got the Best Student Paper Award. And in this paper, we introduced a new metric called bucket stability to provide more protection to only like small number of persistent items. But introducing new metric like require more memory usage, so at least low memory efficiency. So I wanted to deal with these limitations and to propose a new method for persistent item lookup with high accuracy, high memory efficiency, and the fast processing speed. And also it can be deployed on practical hardware like the Fino switch. So we propose pointers. The data structure of pointers is also very straightforward. We contain D rows, and in each row we have double columns, and in each bucket, here's a bucket, contains 4 fields. The first field is for tracking the item key, and the second field is for tracking the persistence, and the third field is the arrival flag. It's similar to on sketch, which we will reset the flag to on at the beginning of each time window. And we introduce a new metric called collision decay flag. Different from stable sketch, which require 2 bytes in each bucket. For pointers, it only requires 1 bit. So I will use several instances to show you how pointers works. So here we have a sketch with 2 rows, and when E1 arrives, we use the first hash function to locate the bucket in the first row. Because this bucket is empty, so because the key field is none, so E1 will insert into this bucket, and the key field will set to E1, and the persistence counter will set to 1. Because E1 has already arrived in this time window, so the arrival flag in this time window is set to false. And we also set the collision decay flag to false. I will introduce this flag later in detail. So this is the first case. And the second case is when E8 arrives, we will use the first hash function to locate the bucket in the first row. Because this bucket has been occupied by E2. So we will try to locate the bucket in the second row with the second hash function. And this bucket has already been occupied by E7. So E8 experience hash collisions in all rows. So in this case, E8 will pick a bucket with smaller counter. So in this case, 4 is smaller than 5. So E7 will be selected, and E8 will try to evict E7 from the bucket based on the probability. So in this way, we calculated the probability rate based on 1 over p plus 1. So it's 1 over 5. So in this case, it has two cases. It has like 1 over 5 chance the decay is successful, and 4 over 5, the probability decay is not triggered. So in this case, nothing happened. And in this case, and the counter of E7 will decay by 1 to 3. Because the counter is not decayed to 0, so E8 will not replace E7. And in this case, the decay flag will set to false. So basically, if the item has a higher persistence, the chance of its counter being decayed to 0 is low. So it can like sustain in this bucket. And the last case is when E6 arrives and it used the first hash function, collision happened, and it found a bucket in the second row because the decay flag is false. It means that this bucket has already been decayed by another incoming item. So when E6 arrives, its persistence counter will increase by 2 instead of 1 for more accurate persistence tracking. And the flag will set to false, means that E6 has already arrived in this time window. So in the end, if we wanted to retrieve persistent counter, we only need a single scan to find to check whether the persistence counter is over than the predefined threshold. If it's over than the predefined threshold, it is a persistent counter, otherwise it is not. And we conduct our evaluation on software platform and hardware platform with real-world traces, and we compare the F1 score on different memory budgets, and we found that pointers outperforms existing methods on different memory budgets in different cases. And we also test the speed. Because the update strategy for pointers is pretty straightforward, so it increase the persistent speed compared with existing method significantly. And we also implement our method on the Tofino switch. And our method only result in very limited overhead. Overall, the usage is not over the 8%. So it still leave enough memory for other applications. So in this paper, we also include more results, including the formal analysis, and we also have results on different tasks, including the persistence estimation, and we also have more results on the CPU platform and Tofino switch. If you're interested, please look at the paper, and the code of pointers is also open sourced. If you want to play with pointers, feel free to use this link. And that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wihar. I realize it can be difficult presenting into a blank screen sometimes. Do we have any questions from the floor? If we don't, I do have one here. Do you have any suggestions for improving Pontus's detection accuracy?
Yeah. in the next step, we can try to use dynamic counter, because for now in pointers, we use different counters for different fields. Like for the flag, we use 4 bytes, and for the persistent counter, we use 2 bytes. But in practice, because the traffic distribution is highly skewed, for most buckets, like their persistence is no more than 10. So you use like 3 bits should be enough. So you can use like dynamic counter to work in pointers on bit level to further improve the memory efficiency, so we can have more space to accommodate more persistent item. So we can further improve the detection accuracy in this way.
Nice. Are you going to be working on that next, or?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right. We have no questions in the queue, so thank you very much for the.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Next today we have Nitinder Mohan, who is going to be talking about frontiers of LEO space networks. Nitinder is an assistant professor at the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. His research interests are in edge computing, orchestration systems, next generation cyber physical systems, satellite networks, and wide-scale internet measurements. And I believe he has open PhD positions coming up in the near future. So if you're interested in working on some of this stuff, talk to Nitinder presentation. Thank you. Nitinder.
Thank you, Stephen, so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be here. So today I'll be talking about LEO space networks. We'll move a little bit far away from Earth and look into how internet works from 500 kilometers above the Earth here. I will start with a bit of a disclaimer. This particular talk will be into Starlink specifically, but because Starlink is the only consumer-facing LEO ISP at the moment, most of the other competitors that are coming up now, like OneWeb, even European initiatives like Eutelsat, are likely going to follow the same architectures and design that Starlink is proposing, because they want to be compatible. So most of the bits that I'm going to be talking about is going to have a much larger coverage in the next coming few years. All right, so with that out of the way, before I jump into the measurements and the pretty little graphs, let's first understand what is these LEO satellite operators, specifically Starlink. So like the name suggests, these LEO ISPs are enabled through LEO satellites, which are these low Earth orbit satellites. So these satellites are operating at about 500 kilometers above the Earth. Starlink specifically has been trying to deploy more and more satellites since 2020. Now it has about 6,000 satellites operational. It plans to deploy more than 40,000 satellites in the next few years to come, few years on the order of the next decade. And then these satellites are essentially revolving around the Earth and takes one revolution every 4 hours or so. And the idea about Starlink specifically is that it can provide now low latency and high bandwidth communication to anybody around the globe, because you deploy a satellite anywhere above and it takes a circle wherever in the globe you are, right? And it tries to essentially compete against terrestrial ISPs. And if you go to Starlink website and you look into, now they also post what latencies you can observe, it's going to highlight that, okay, most of these regions you get about 20 to 30 milliseconds of latencies. In some regions where they don't have enough capacity, they might report 50 milliseconds of latency. So they are really trying to be as competitive as possible. But we have to understand how this works behind the scenes. One of the arguments that I'm going to make is all of these LEO satellite operators are not space networks, but they are essentially ground networks, because their space satellites are only their last mile connectivity option. At some point of time, they have to come back to Earth. But before we get into that, let's try to understand what the space operations are. So most of these LEO satellites are essentially arranged in multiple orbits. These orbits are arranged according to the angle that they have to the equator of the Earth. Starlink deploys their satellites in 3 different orbits: the 53-degree orbit, 70-degree orbits, and 90-degree orbits. You might ask, why do they decide to do this? And things become much easier to grasp when you flat the picture of the Earth. And then you see that the 53-degree orbits and all of these different orbits are covering different parts of the globe. Essentially, the 53-degree orbits covers most of the populous areas that are around the Earth right now. So a lot of your consumers that are going to be using Starlink are coming from the satellites which will be connecting to the 53-degree orbits. But then you have only a few set of orbits that are going closer to the poles. So you can still cater to the consumers in United Kingdom, up in the North Pole and the South Pole as well. And that's why you see the deployment densities in different orbits as well. So most of the satellites are deployed in this 53-degree orbits, about 3,000 plus. But then there are a few less than 500 satellites which are operational in the other orbits. Another disclaimer that I want to give, that all of these slides and these results are from last year, April. And within 1 year, these numbers have changed drastically because Starlink has been putting a lot of infrastructure both in space and on the ground, which is changing all of these numbers quite a far. I'll try to move along and keep you updated about how things are looking at from performance perspective today. Okay, now these satellites are going to be a point of contact, right? So you get essentially a dishy, which is like your Starlink dish, you deploy it, and that has an unobstructed view to the sky, and that's how you can connect to the satellite. What happens behind? Starlink and most of these LEO ISPs will follow something like a bent pipe model, right? So essentially what the bent pipe is that if you have this Starlink terminal, you connect this Starlink terminal to wherever the satellite is, the satellite essentially beams down your network to a ground station. And this ground station is a ground infrastructure that Starlink has to deploy all across the globe so that it can provide you connectivity back into the Earth. Once you get your connectivity to the ground station, you pipe it down to the point of presence, which is earlier was co-located with Google Cloud facilities, but now this is mostly co-located with a lot of popular IXPs, and that allows you to get access to the internet. And for people where you don't have access directly to the ground station in one single hop or this one single bent pipe, you can also use the inter-satellite links between these satellites to bridge connections across, right? And then you can essentially have a multi-hop links on the satellites before you get to a ground station. And this is very valuable in principle for consumers in North Pole, or for example, people on the islands which do not have ground stations and then have to get to more populous regions. You don't have to put up ground infrastructure so much. But we'll see the impact of that. So this particular talk is going to be covering a bunch of works that my team has been producing for a while. So the very first work was published last year in the web conference. This work also won the IETF Applied Networking Research Prize this year. We're going to be presenting in the next IETF meeting in Madrid. And this also won the RIPE blog runners-up award as well. So very thank you for the RIPE community to give us that. But before I tell you about what we did, so we have to talk about the measurements that we did. How did we get this access to the Starlink data? Number one, to get the as best picture around the globe as possible, we relied on the Measurement Lab speed test. So Measurement Lab is essentially now operated by Google. If you search for speed test, you're using on Google, and then you do a speed test in the Google widget, you're using Measurement Lab, if you're not familiar with it. And all of that data set is public. So we use Measurement Lab data sets, and we filtered based on the Starlink AS number to find out the Starlink consumers over the starting period of time. But the problem with MLab is that only gives you end-to-end connectivity to Google data centers. We also wanted to figure out how the connection is traversing, what routing strategy Starlink follows, and which is why we relied on RIPEatlas. Thank you, RIPEatlas team. We have about 100 probes that we used. We were quite surprised about the growing numbers of Starlink probes on RIPEatlas, and I hope more people end up, if they use Starlink, they end up putting their dishes on RIPEatlas as well. So we used about 98 probes from 21 different countries, and we targeted about 145 data centers owned by 7 different cloud operators. We also tried to look into the application performances, which is why we looked into specifically Zoom performances, and then also Amazon Cloud gaming performances. Amazon Luna is the one. And then we also tried to understand how CDN performances work. And this was the work that we published in ACM Hotnets last year as well. For this, we relied on the Cloudflare speed tests, because those speed tests are served by Cloudflare CDN servers. So we could get to see, okay, which CDN server is the best map for any Starlink customer. We used about 22,000 speed test measurements for this. We also developed our own browser plugin, which users then installed and then ran measurements directly from their browsers. We were collecting web browsing details of measurements and also video streaming performances. And then we also started to build our own test bed, which allowed us to do more intrusive measurements, more than what RIPEatlas would allow. Essentially, we could run any container on these probes. Okay, with that out of the way, let's jump into the numbers and pretty little graphs. So global performances first. How does the Starlink perform compared to the top 3 mobile network operators from every country around the globe? We see 2 graphs here. The bluer means it's better, and we see that most of the terrestrial ISPs are actually performing much, much better than Starlink pretty much everywhere globally. US and parts of Europe are a few places where Starlink performs very, very well, and that's because Starlink has a significant amount of ground infrastructure presence in those regions to get maximum amount of consumers. You will also see Nigeria in Africa, which does quite well and performs similar to the terrestrial infrastructure. We'll dig into this deeper, what's happening behind the scenes. But other parts of Africa are actually performing much worse on Starlink. And essentially, they have very long tails and latencies as well on Starlink compared to what you would get if you were using a terrestrial ISP in those regions. And the reason why we see those different latencies is because of the ground infrastructure that Starlink has. And this map shows all of the ground stations that Starlink is using to beam the connection back, and then also the point of presence locations where users get access to the internet. And you get to see that regions where you have high ground stations and point of presence availability obviously get better latencies. And that's why you see, for example, Ireland doing really well because it connects to the point of presence in London. You also see better connectivity from US, for example, Seattle, for example, doing quite well. But then you have regions like Mexico City, which is suffering because it connects to Brazil and other regions, and so on. If you look into the performances across this continent, you will see that the US, you get pretty fairly consistent performances over Starlink. In Europe, your performances depends upon if you're close to a POP or not. If you're close to a POP, you get really good performances. Otherwise, Starlink does some really weird routing as of now. We also saw, for example, customers from Italy were connecting to point of presence in Spain to connect to it, even though there was a point of presence in Italy available. So there can be a weird load balancing policies in place as well. You have significantly higher latencies in South America, and that's because there is a lot of long distance fiber links or terrestrial links that you have to take if you were to get from the ground stations to the point of presence, which is only deployed in a few regions in this very vast continent. I also want to talk about the impact of ground infrastructure by this one use case. I'll specifically focus on Philippines here. So Philippines, for example, before 2023 only had a ground station, but it was using the point of presence in Japan, which is why if I look into the latencies here, you see that all of the connections, they went to the ground station in Philippines, but then they could access the internet by traversing to Japan, which is why the latencies to Japanese Syrian servers were much lower than if you were to access a Philippines server, because then your connections had to come back to Philippines using the same subsea cable link. Then you had to go back, then you had to come back, then you had to go to the satellite link. So it was a really weird routing situations. But after May 2023, Starlink ended up deploying a local point of presence in Philippines as well. And that's why you see that this trend pretty much completely reversed altogether. Now you have good latencies to local servers. And if you were to go to Japan, then you only have to go to the subsea cable because of that. Otherwise, you pretty much terminate locally. And this is what we observe also in Africa since earlier this year as well. So earlier, all the connections in Africa were traversing to Germany and using the point of presence in Germany. But starting from January 2025, we see that most of the point of presence that the Starlink is now using for African collections are within Africa as well, right? Which brings in an interesting analysis about the Syrian usage. Because most of the content that people end up using, especially the popular websites, might not be available within those Syrian locations which are deployed closer to your point of presence. And which is what we also see here. We see that terrestrial connections, if you're using your ISPs, your local edge servers, they are always better than if you were using Starlink. Starlink shows some weird performances as well, where, for example, from Africa, you had significantly longer distance to your Syrian server, which you're getting access, your connection access from. But even in places where you had very small distances to get your Syrian server access, you had significantly higher latencies because you still have to go to the space, then come back, and then go into the point of presence. Whereas for cellular operators, we have kind of figured that out a little bit better. And now those latencies at the last mile are significantly lower. And this is what we observe here. We also observe this from Africa, which is what I want to showcase here. In Africa, what we observe is that, especially from Mozambique, we see that from Starlink, if you were to fetch your content from Frankfurt, you have significantly lower latencies than if you were to fetch your content from CDN servers within Africa. And that's because you go to Frankfurt point of presence, and then you have to use your terrestrial connections to come back to Africa, get your content, go back to Germany, and then use this, the Starlink internal connection to get to your customer. But if you were fetching from Frankfurt, it worked very well, which essentially means popular content works, but regional contact will suffer. But this problem doesn't really is not really present in terrestrial networks, which essentially means you get content from your local regions as well. Since I'm running out of time, I'm going to finish this talk. So we are still doing a lot of measurements. Starlink is evolving. Now you have more LEO ISPs also evolving as well. But we still see that there's a huge dichotomy between how LEO operators tend to provide internet connectivity and how they tend to integrate with your terrestrial connections as well. We have to rethink about how your content serving and your cloud services are going to be served for your customers, which are coming and using LEO ISPs. We also can think about for practitioners who are in LEO ISPs, do you want to use satellites as a base station, or do you want to probably think about satellites as your internet backbone? So if you're interested in helping out the research, please, if you get a Starlink or any other LEO connections, please put your probe for the RIPE Atlas. We're also organizing, if you're a researcher, a workshop in SIGCOMM this year around. If you're doing some research on this, or you just want to give a talk, reach out to me and we'll be happy to host you. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you very much. And so it's time for questions. We already have plenty. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead with the question.
Everyone's too polite. Blake Willis speaking for myself. Thanks for this. I'd like to take a moment to thank Dave, the late Dave Tatt, who passed away about a month ago, who did a significant amount of work to actually make this function. A good chunk of that latency you see there is buffer, because the satellites stay in view a lot less time than the average duration of a TCP session. And so they're like handing off sessions between each other constantly. And they've spent a significant amount of time and effort getting that buffer bloat management LibreQS technology into the Starlink system to make it work. And he passed away about a month ago.
I would also like to add to that. So Starlink is notorious in not sharing any details and keeping things completely hidden. And if it was not for Dave, I would have not started doing this research. So Dave has been the one who has been a huge source of motivation, putting up the mailing list, connecting people. And we want to honor him this time around by naming our Best Paper Award in LeoNet on his name. So posthumously, thank you, Dave, for helping us do this.
Thanks.
Yeah, Dmytro Akhmenuk, Ukrainian housemaster of the TUI. Yeah, I knew Dave personally, and I was going to say maybe we should all remember him and his work. Too bad he cannot see him. I'm thinking of this, and you know, it gives a bit of the meaning of the words geolocation. And I'm wondering, did you test V6 versus V4 performance, and generally how transparent is routing through the Starlink mesh? Like, you know, do you see the intermediate hops? You know, like, I know you can probably see the ground station, but I imagine that, oh, you already said that transparency is not a strong point of the Starlink installation, but you know, how reliably you can tell which station you talk to? I guess you cannot identify the satellites.
No, you can't. So that's a really good question. Thank you for asking that. So one remark to add here, the connection from your Starlink dish all the way up to your ground station is behind a carrier grade NAT. So you do not see any connection here. This is over IPv4. If you use IPv6, you do see your connection to the ground station as well. But you still don't see a satellite. So satellites don't show up there as well. But there has been a lot of excellent work that has been coming along from University of Victoria folks that are trying to understand the backbone of Starlink connectivity by mapping IP address spaces to different regions. Starlink also publishes its GeoIP feed for every single point of presence location, so which allows us to give approximate location, which is why if you go back to the slides, you will always see that I am pointing out to specific cities when I'm talking about measurements. And that's because the GeoIP feed only points to the capital of a country when it is trying to geolocate users from that country. So we do not have more visibility about where exactly the connections are. We only get visibility either from a capital perspective or where the point of presence is placed.
It's like Mumbai, Washington, D.C. No details, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Okay. We have to go really fast because we are going over time. So only Boolean questions, yes, no.
Hi, Tim Armstrong, Boulder. Very quick question. So the main arguments that were made for these satellite networks, at least from the perspective of high-frequency traders or from people that wanted to get lower latency connections between continents, was that the satellite-to-satellite communication would be faster. Have you seen any indication that this is actually taking place yet, or is that still hot air?
Thank you for asking, because I can use my backup slide check now. So what I can say is that it is very difficult to identify if there has been satellite-to-satellite connectivity in use or ISL use, because, like I said, satellite connections are behind a CZ.NIC. So we looked into specifically one case from Reunion Island, where there is no way that a satellite could connect this particular dish to the point of presence and ground station in Germany, where the distance was around 9,000 kilometers. So a satellite only has a visibility about 1,200 kilometers. So it is possible only if it is using these ISL links. So I'll jump directly to the results here. What we do see is that if you were using terrestrial ISP connections from Reunion Island, you are going to be much worse than using Starlink, which is this blue line, vertical line that you see here. So if you were using ISL connections, you are better, but only slightly. If you look into the latencies, we are still above 150 milliseconds. So there's no way you can do high frequency trading on these latency links. For other parts of the globe, like US and Europe, you have significantly good number of ground station and point of presence availability. So you never get to use ISL links.
So it doesn't help that?
No, not at all.
Thanks.
Robert Kishtaki, RIPENCC, thank you for your call for action. On your slides, we see 88 probes, and as of 5 minutes ago, 99. So people heard you.
Yeah.
And phrasing, this is a close question. Did you know?
Yeah, we did know. Well, this was 105 about a month ago. So a few probes went out as well. For those folks, please bring them back.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you again. So, and now we would like to go to the next presenter. But before doing that, as my co-chair Steven said, some of our speakers, they are actually looking for a job. And before I forgot to say that Joshua, actually, which presenter who actually is one of those speakers that is looking for a job. So now let's go to the next presenter. The next presenter is Florian. Florian Wiedner is a research associate and PhD candidate at the Technical University of Munich in Germany. His research focuses on low latency measurement and network services through virtualized systems. His work explores low latency packet processing with strict latency requirement, focusing on enhancing performance of virtualized systems. And he's going to present hardware-assisted virtual networking for low latency network services. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So now we are jumping a bit back to different types of latencies back on the ground. So basically what we were looking into is, okay, when we use normal systems on normal Linux-based systems on commodity hardware, when we already have one host and one application running on them processing the packets, we are already over 1 millisecond in worst case or in tail latency, which you basically see here in the diagram, which is a diagram over the time with the latency on the y-axis, and where you see in red circles all the lines where we are already over 1 milliseconds. And the issue here is when we want to go towards ultra reliability and low latency, we have to stay below 1 millisecond end to end in 99.999% of all cases, which is a lot. And with this, we would not be able to reach it even nearly. And we see they are happening irregularly over the whole measurement. And what we basically wanted to analyze, okay, is there a way that we can use virtualized systems in packet processing so that we are able to share the network between multiple persons on several service level requirements and enable resource sharing, because this is something which is needed today. We cannot any longer have one hardware machine for each service level requirements. This will not work. Economically, this not even works in universities. And what I want to show today is basically, okay, yeah, it is possible to use low latency with virtualization on commodity hardware. We need to plan carefully for this and carefully optimize the system, because otherwise we exactly see the same as in the first slide. We are reaching high spikes irregularly over the whole period, which is harming, especially when we're talking about real-time networking. And I will go over what optimizations we have used, how was our measurement setup that we can ensure that the measurement setup itself is not providing those high latencies, and what our measurements show. For this, we have analyzed two different types of virtualization. One is containers, which are lightweight, sharing the same kernel. And we used LXC, so Linux containers, which are really lightweight. And on the other side, we have used KVM virtual machines, which are having its whole operating system inside, so are providing much higher overhead in comparison. And what are our challenges, or where are we coming from? Where are our latency spikes coming from? The most are coming from interrupt-based. So from interrupts in total, but also from interrupt-based input-output, for example, the Linux NAPI, but especially interrupts at all, on other CPU features like energy saving, virtual cores, and dynamic scheduling of process onto different cores. So the switching between cores of the packet processing is harming our system a lot. And when we are now talking about virtualization, the exits of virtualization and the input-output towards our virtualized system is providing a massive additional latency. And what are we doing to prevent this? We are first using real-time Linux system. We are using a polling-based input-output, so basically DPDK in this sense. We disable energy-saving mechanism. We disable simultaneous multithreading. And we statically allocate our packet processing, but especially only those responsible for low latency, to the cores, to the processes, to ensure basically that we are not switching between different cores, and to ensure that we always are the first in processing the packets. But how did we be able to measure this? This is why we built a 3-machine setup where we basically have one device under test, where one container or one virtual machine is running, which is receiving the packet from the outside using single root I/O virtualization to also ensure here that we are removing the virtual machine I/O over the hypervisor. And on the other side, we have a load generator, which is externally to not have the influence from the load generator on the node. And this load generator is running on a different machine, is sending inside, it's getting out again, and we are running a basic forwarding application on layer 2 on the machines. We just want to analyze the latency over the machine, not the application itself. And to make sure that we now do not have an influence from our load generator, we basically use passive optical splitters, which is splitting our connection to the device under test and from the device under test as input direction into E810 cards from Intel, which allows us to timestamp each packet in hardware. And with this, we can retrieve a resolution of around 1.25 nanoseconds and can make sure that our 1 millisecond spikes are not coming from our measurement infrastructure. To also basically stress the system, we are using UDP traffic with 64-byte packets on a duration of 160 seconds. And with a packet rate from 1 million packets per second. What we first analyze, okay, do we see when we have our optimization, do we see any difference when we use a vanilla Debian 11 image or if we use a real-time kernel? And yes, we see on the average, it doesn't make any difference. When we look at the tail latencies, we see a clear spike in the end. What you see here as the diagram is a double logarithmic axis. So you have one logarithmic axis on the y-axis showing the latency and one on the x-axis showing the percentiles, because otherwise we would not be able to see our 99.99 percentiles. And what you basically see here, when we only use our optimization and do not change the kernel, we are already rising nearer to our 1 millisecond, but we are staying below our 1 millisecond. This is all within an LXC container. When we now compare this to basically do not having this container and having it between an optimized RT kernel and a non-optimized vanilla system, we can basically see here that when we do not optimize it, the LXC, which has a bit isolation in it, is performing better. With the bare metal, we would already reach our 1 millisecond. When we look into optimized version, both are performing similar. So basically, we can then reach with bare metal and LXC almost the same latency. But we have to think about that we are on a system with only one host, and therefore we still have to think about when we have more systems, the influence on LXC will be much higher than when we would use, for example, virtual machines or separated hardware machines on them. What we also have done is comparing container versus virtual machines. And here we basically see then the same thing. When we do not optimize, we can technically reach with the VM a lower latency, but we reach a much higher latency on a lower percentile. The same is when we optimize it, but then we can reach around 100 microseconds in the worst case, in the tail latency on the VM and the LXC. In our measurements here, we could see, you cannot see it on a logarithmic axis, but the LXC is slightly lower in the tail latency than the virtual machines. And when we now compare, so I have said before we have used DPDK, so user space networking for our measurements. When we now want to compare, okay, what influence do we see when we now use kernel space networking in Linux? And we basically see when we do not optimize, we are already reaching 10 milliseconds with the non-optimized kernel networking without having any other application than just a bridge on the system. When we optimize it, we basically clearly see on average the kernel networking will be worse. When we look in the tail latencies, we come to similar performance. As well, this performance, this measurement here was done on LXC containers. We have done in our paper similar measurements in other systems as well. So in virtual machines as well. It's just for time-wise that I cannot show all our graphics here. But if anyone is interested, is everything public available? And especially saying this, I have put together here a lot of things of different publications I have done over the last 5 years of my PhD. So basically, we have analyzed containers, we have analyzed topology, so not only using one host as I was presenting now, but also different hosts. We also have analyzed, okay, what influences do we have when we have LXC in lines and have 1 to 64 containers in the line? What influence do we see there? How important is topology, is where you set it? And basically then we also see here that we have analyzed bare metal and VMs. So this is where we started. coming to everything what I have presented here and much more is publicly available. Every of our analyses, all of the PCAPs we have measured, we have made them available on different locations, so that you would be able to basically retrieve from the raw data all our diagrams again and see, okay, how does it behave, and could even do much more analysis there. And with this, I want to conclude, yes, it's possible to use virtualized system for latencies. It's really hard to make sure that you can optimize it in this way. You have to optimize them that you can be able to achieve it. It's a matter of resources in the end, because optimizing them means you need more resources per packet. The influence of the shared OS in lightweight systems is in the end a bit bigger. And yes, and we have done some additional analysis here, and especially we have our paper are available, all the recommendations are available, and with this I want to thank you for listening, and I'm opening for questions.
I did turn it on this time. Yes, I did. Any questions? Okay, I have one, which is, say that I'm an operator and I want to use this tool and I want to improve my own network. So what do I need to consider if I want to use this very optimized system?
Yeah, the first thing is to look up our paper, because we have described in the different papers, we have described in detail what settings we have used and what things we have used. We have not used any system which is basically specialized in any way, and we have just used basic Debian systems. So basically everything is available and everything could be used at some way. The other way is we also have published some of the things directly open source, and we also published for a conference in 2 weeks a mininet version of using those virtual machines and containers within a topology measurement tool, because this is what we in the end also want to achieve, that we can have on a single host topologies with realistic latencies, which is really hard to achieve otherwise. And yes, this is what we're doing here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you. And now I want to introduce our last speaker, Robert from RIPE-NCC. He's going to talk a little bit about updates to RIPEstat and RIPE-Atlas. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Robert Kestraki. I work for the RIPE-NCC, mostly on RIPE-Atlas, but I'm also the messenger today for the other tools that are in this slide set. So the tools, generally, you probably know them. RIPE-Atlas for active internet measurements, DNS1, we can say powered by RIPE-Atlas to monitor the root zone and some TLD zones as well. RIS for BGP data collection, and RIPEstat for showing most of this data and interpret that for IPs and ASNs. So RIPEstat, there are some people from the RIPEstat team outside and generally at the venue. So please talk to us if you have feedback, if you would like to have features and so on. And one of those things is that we actually talked to you recently about how you perceive, how you use the UI of the system. And thank you very much for all of you who participated in that. One of the outcomes there is that we took all that input and created kind of a hybrid between the two UIs that we had before, which is now supposed to be the one that will stick around. And from now on, we are going to add enhancements to that. You can already check it out. It's live. It's there. One of those enhancements is that we just released a new version of the looking glass. So you can follow that link or just go to /LG on stat, and you will see it's actually really nice. It works and it's very performant. RIS. I think Nina also said in one of her presentations that they in Routers they have a selective peering policy. So does RIS. For reasons, the goals for RIS is to be able to cover underserved and undercovered geographical areas, and to see if the remote peering actually helps or hinders this effort. But also we want to look at route servers and target them a bit. Every now and then we have noisy peers in RIS that clogs up the processing pipeline, and it's generally speaking is not that useful. So sometimes we just de-peer them to reduce the noise. We will be documenting these things. If you're interested in what are these artifacts that we see in the system, and you want to analyze the data, you probably should be aware of these. Then you can talk to us, and you will be able to cut in the documentation as well. And lastly, just like RIPEatlas did last year, RIS and STAT combined are looking at how to revitalize the big data backend system, because we have a lot of previews and update messages that we store and present back to you. And we want to look at how to do that in the future. And finally, RIPEatlas. If you are using RIPEatlas, you've probably seen this evolution, but gradually we replaced all of the major pages inside RIPEatlas to be more modern. So measurements, probes, maps, all of those things are now shiny new, and we expect them to perform better than they used to. And the team is now looking at the remaining bits and pieces. There are some auxiliary processes like probe applications and so on that we still need to do. And after that, we are going to look at what we call the tools inside RIPEatlas. There is domain mon, latency mon, trace mon, which help in various visualizations. And I just put up some images. On the left-hand side, you see an RTT change over time, and you can zoom in inside the interface. And when you see such a thing, you can actually click on it, and you will see the trace route before and the trace route after, so you know what changed. So that's kind of useful. And on the right-hand side, you see one of the improved maps. And what's happening, less visible to users, is that we're still working on the back end, renewing the machinery, so to speak. And we expect that this work will be concluded somewhere during the summer is the current expectation. And then I already reached out to some of you, and I'm inviting more of you if you want to join this effort. I want to talk to you, and generally the team wants to talk to you to see what we can do and what we can change to improve the value, in particular for members, but also for various use cases that, this is a thing that we would like to do, and Atlas is close, but not close enough. If you only did this and this and this, then it would be way more useful to us. This is something that we would really like to hear. And then finally, we just released binaries for the software package, what we call the firmware, for Raspberry Pis. So it's time to reach into the bottom drawer and in between those USB cables that you think you will ever use. Take out the unused Raspberry. You can install the software probe on it and just chuck it in and then be part of the network. That's it. As I said, many of us, or multiple of us, are around, and we are really interested in your feedback for RIS, RIPEstat, and RIPEatlas. But if you don't find us or you don't want to find us, you can still contact us on those email addresses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Okay, thank you, Vesna by proxy, Danesh, for your introduction. Some of you probably remember almost an identical talk by me and Annie 3 RIPEs ago. Hello, Annie. But now I am trying to not burn the RIPE meeting, just returning to that same topic. Yeah. Where does it actually? I want the bad one. This one. Yeah. Well, this is the expected. This is what common organizers of events expect from people with accessibility needs. Please just come and ask, and we will handle it somehow. What can possibly go wrong? So let's return back several RIPEs. At RIPE 87, the Rome meeting was kind of horrible considering accessibility. So there were actually 2 talks about accessibility, one by Sasha. Thank you, Sasha, for that. One by me and Annie about psychological barriers, and that by Sasha was about physical accessibility. And then things went better. So I just wrote a summary email to the diversity mailing list, and I got just 1 reply. Wow. And then there was RIPE 89 in Prague. And well, I wrote another summary email, and things went a little bit worse. some parts of the things which went worse you can actually see on me myself physically, but that's for there's another story. I got several replies in list, but I thought more, well, it's going up and down and up and down, and well, yeah, but there were more games. So yeah, there were some different hurdles. There were problems with physical movement and transportation. Remembering the RIPE87, there were some visual problems, auditory problems like the ominous music in the background, some smells somewhere and there. Eating and drinking has some weird consequences, like somebody can get killed by eating something or drinking something, or have really weird health issues. There was a minority stress, especially at RIPE87, but also at RIPE88, so there were concerns with Poland and LGBT. Then there are other problems like how much air, whether something is too hot or too cold. There is this gender difference between women and men on some conferences. It's the AC is set to so low temperatures that women who are expected to have more like bare shoulders are freezing, while the men in the suites are just comfortable, and so on and so forth. Well, but I found out that roasting is too late. And it's not a good idea to just say, this went wrong, this went wrong, this went wrong. We should do some things to prevent problems, and I love being informed in advance and cooperating rather than saying what went wrong or having to cope. So it's better to say that you can't guarantee that the food at the event is going to be gluten-free, that any is going to be gluten-free. Please tell me that there will be none of that. I will cope with that, but I need to know it in advance. Otherwise, I'm going to come in hungry. Also, is it treatable? Hopefully. It's better to say no than comply formally. Accessible toilets, and I am remembering some of those stories said by Sasha. Accessible toilets are not to be used as a storage. They are to be used as accessible toilets, for example. So what I propose, and this proposal may be controversial. I have gotten some negative reactions on this, some positive, and which led me to add a slide actually. So I propose that we should have a team, let's say a team or a group of several people who would on one hand consult accessibility with the meeting organizers, because well, yes, the meeting organizers are able to do lots of things, but maybe they don't know everything. On the other hand, they could be the go-to group for the participants with an accessibility needs. And they could also produce accessibility information on the event website. But it's quite some work, and it means that these people become tokens. And maybe you don't want to be so visible. And I got another question, and that's basically, whether it's okay to do this work as a part of the community, or whether it should be the responsibility of the organizers. So basically my question is, what do you think about this? Is it a good idea to have a team built from us? Should we push RIPE and CC to have dedicated contacts for accessibility issues? Should we do anything else? That's a question for you. Thank you.
So we are actually looking for feedback for this question. Anyone in the audience want to come up to the microphone?
Hi, I'm Leo Vakoda. I think the fundamental concept of cooperation is really good, and I strongly support that. I think the fundamental challenge isn't a lack of willingness on the part of the RIPE NCC to do the right thing. I think it's that the community has asked the RIPE NCC to travel around the continent, and every meeting is in a new venue, which means every venue is a new set of problems. And we have given the RIPE NCC an incredibly difficult set of problems to solve, fresh problems every single time. And we always need to make trade-offs. And we have said that we want to optimize for locational diversity. And the compromise that we've chosen to make is that people who have accessibility needs are going to struggle. And so I think the set of questions that you've asked are absolutely excellent questions. And I would ask in return, have we made the right balance between the demands we make at the RIPE NCC and the outcomes we expect at a venue versus the geographical diversity?
Thank you, Leo. That's a good question. I personally don't know anything whether it's good or bad, but that's a good question added to all the set I proposed. Thank you.
I'm Rob, Rob Lister. Thanks for that. I think it's a good idea, potentially. I'm quite happy to be visible. Not worried about that. But I think, do we do it forever? I don't know. I think there was a learning experience for RIPE maybe to hear from people who need this accessibility at the events. And unless we have this contact with people, we don't necessarily know this is a problem because to quote Donald Rumsfeld, we don't know what we don't know until somebody points it out and they go, oh yes, I had no idea this was an issue because it doesn't affect them, because it will affect somebody else in the community. So I think maybe we should do it, but I don't know whether it should carry on indefinitely. But I think maybe the outcome of it is like a checklist or some document that comes out of that says, you know, this is what we should be doing as a standard. I do agree that it is difficult at different venues, and you go around and it presents a totally different setup for every meeting. And I think the way to do that is to try to get engagement at an earlier stage when you're sort of considering venues and working out what's workable and what's not workable. I think my experience of it has been, oh well, it's too late now. We've chosen the hotel months ago and there's not a lot we can do. But I think maybe we get involved in a bit of an earlier stage when the sort of selection of venues is being just considered. Maybe I don't know how possible that is, but
yeah, thank you, Rob. That's also mainly the checklist idea is something worth considering. I want to sneak in another question.
I thought you were going to ask a question. Hisham Ibrahim, RIPENCC, Chief Community Officer. Thank you for the talk. Thank you for the presentation. I was discussing this with Miriam not 2 weeks ago, saying that I think the diversity session is one of my favorite sessions at the RIPE meetings. Not to say that I don't like the others, but out of this session, we get the most amount of actionable items, at least from a community side of things, of what we can improve and how to can do things better. You pointed out a few of them. Thank you for doing so. I won't go through the history of them, but we've went through a period where we had to organize a RIPE meeting in 6 months, which is impossible. Thank you for the people that tried, but we did that we could. And now we're planning into the future, which is what we want to be doing. So spoilers, you're going to hear me say this in the services. We're already looking all the way to RIPE hundreds, where we're going to be doing. So if we want to do something like this, it needs to be done fast because we are scouting locations as we do this. So if there's going to be a checklist or if there's going to be any community effort, we need to think about this fast before you find the next 5 years of meetings already booked. Having said that, one thing that I've also experienced is we always try to be as inclusive as possible, but by attempting to do that, you cannot help but exclude somebody for whatever reason. There are meetings that weren't so popular. However, the numbers came back saying the most amount of female speakers were at that meeting, for example, or the most accessible meeting was that one because it didn't require a Schengen visa or stuff like that. Finding that balance is something that we always try to achieve, but we always know that we cannot attain. However, that doesn't keep us from trying. That doesn't keep us from trying to put more information on the website, especially when it comes to safety. You cannot have a community without safety. So, and accessibility and inclusion by getting more people in. So I feel I've already given a lightning talk, so sorry for that, but it's a balancing act. And the more involvement from the community, so thank you for the efforts you've been doing on the mailing list and at these meetings and everybody else that presented, Sasha, Anna, and Liu. We now have bigger fonts on the name cards from last year. Yeah, so really thank you for all the feedback you've been giving. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, we'll closing the line, the questions line after Gergana.
No? Okay. Urban Skodolnik. Yeah. Maybe I think like since I'm sure that RIPENCC is scouting multiple locations at the same time, getting an accessibility team meet for each of them or have a point would be a lot. But at the same time, I think that a checklist could be made, maybe I think this accessibility team is a bit overkill because those lists can be just cooperatively made on the fly at this meeting, at the next meeting, and so on. And I think the main reason is not that RIPENCC wouldn't look at those things, but maybe doesn't think like it happened in Rome. Nobody thought that there is no elevator to the basement hall because it's EU and it was expected to be there. So having just a list of those things, I think could help a lot the NCC in their scouting.
Anna Wilson, HEANet. When I see a question like, should we have an accessibility team? I think in terms of accountability. Who's responsible for running the meeting? It's the RIPENCC. It's an organization with staff who have funding, who make decisions, and who make the kind of compromises that we just heard about. It's always a balancing act. Running events always is. Anyone here who's ever run an event knows that. I think an accessibility team could be an excellent idea and can work very well if there's a way for it to work well in some sort of, let's say, advisory position or something like that with the NCC, who we then have to accept will need to make decisions. And when someone turns around to the NCC and asks them to make decisions, that's always really tough, because we tend to start in this community, start asking questions like, well, under what policy did you make that decision? And I don't want to think about what a policy for this would look like. I think a team is a good idea, but I think since the decisions must be made by the NCC, because they bear the ultimate accountability for it, I think it has to be run by the NCC, and volunteers can provide input to that. And then there's some sort of shape can be painted around that. Thank you.
Hi, Gergana Petrova, RIPENCC. I have a comment, and then I also want to read a comment from the Q&A. So my personal comment, I just want to mention that the events team at RIPENCC already has a checklist. To the comment of the gentleman earlier, we do check that at the very early stages of the scouting. So 2 years before the RIPE meeting when we go, we do ask these questions. Keep in mind that in some cities, there's only one option. In Lisbon, Epic Sana, this was the only hotel that could fit the RIPE meeting. So we are facing the question of, do we go to Lisbon or not? And if we do go to Lisbon, this is the only option. I know that the events team is looking at least in one other country where we've never been before, where there's only one option available. So this is also something to, keep in mind. The reason I'm telling it is not because we don't negotiate with the hotels. There's still things we can do, after we come and see, and, there's 2 years time. So we could negotiate for them to make changes, and we do that. But also I want to encourage all of you, like the more people go to reception, for example, and say, hey, by the way, this could be improved, that could be improved. It could make a difference, I think, to hotels. They would eventually, or maybe a feedback form that you're filling out after your stay. Yeah, I would like to encourage you to help us to do that. And then I want to read a comment from Sasha. He says, I think when it comes to the accessibility team that you're proposing, it's awkward for me to reach the mic, so I'll type through here. I like this concept, but I'm not looking for more unpaid work, and so not leaning to volunteer myself. The risk with efforts like this, to me, is putting more work on already marginalized people. So that's the comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for the comments. The conclusion I am taking from this is that probably we should cooperate with RIPENCC on updating the checklist, or checking whether the checklist is actually checking all the boxes, and the team is an overkill. Thank you for the opportunity to open this topic, and I think we can move this to the mailing list and move to the other to.
Thank you, Maria.
One. Thank you.
Joining us now is Laura Lorenzo, a consultant at RIPENCC. Please welcome her on stage. So Laura, she's been working on rethinking and redesigning the RIPE Fellowship Program, an initiative that was born out of the Diversity Task Force to help bring fresh voices into the RIPE community. And today she's here to open a conversation with all of you, both in person and online, about the future of the mentorship program, which I prefer to call the mentee program.
That's right.
Right?
That's
So
a good point.
Over to Laura.
Good afternoon, everyone. Those that are here, thank you. This is the last talk, so I guess you are tired. But particularly those that are online, thank you for being there. As a newcomer, let me also do a particular welcome to the newcomers and to the mentees and to the mentors, of course. So, about the mentoring program, this is going to be a discussion, so I'm not going to talk much, but I need to give some context and some data to spark the conversation. We love data as engineers, right? So a bit of history, the RIPE mentoring program started as a pilot in 2018, RIPE 77, and the goal was to help the newcomers to understand the community, to feel welcome, and to see where is their position here, how can they contribute. And this is one of the goals that also is sure somehow to bring more voices, more diversity. And there are some other programs that the RIPE community has, as the RACI program that brings the academia, on the fellowship, RIPE fellowship program that brings people from different regions that otherwise they couldn't attend because they couldn't afford it. So new voices. Yes. The process is very simple and very light touch, if you will. The mentoring program is open for online, but on-site, as you know. You share your willingness to be assigned to a mentor in the registration form, and that is something that would like to hear the opinion of the mentees, to what extent are they aware what it means when they are registering for the RIPE meeting. And then you are matched pretty much according to your language and your regions, time zone-wise, to a mentor. When you are paired, you're introduced, and it's led up to you. So, like I said, very light touch. On numbers, well, there is something that is stunning. So when we're trying to improve things, it's also important to see what we have achieved so far. And I think there is something remarkable here is that we don't see in other communities, is that mentors and mentees, the ratio almost has been 1:1. And that is impressive. That means that so many people in the community is putting some time to help mentees, to help newcomers to feel welcomed. In the other communities I've seen, that ratio doesn't exist. A mentor has more than 3 mentees assigned. So that is something that is commendable, that you should be celebrating. Now, when it comes to gender, we are in diversity, right? We're not doing so well, but you can see that this happens across. So in the middle, you have the gender distribution of the RIPE 90 on-site attendees, and on the left and the right, the mentees and mentors distribution. But if we go a bit deeper, a more granular perspective, we see here the evolution of the distribution with mentors. And you can see here there was a spike, right? 78 started and go, and then things kind of go to the point that today we don't have any women mentors. And I believe that spike happened because in RIPE 73, the diversity conversation started with Shane, Miriam, I think they are here, and many others, Dinesh as well. And I believe that is why many women came on in this program, but right now, not so many. So enough about numbers, let's start the talk. And by the way, I'm a newcomer as well. So I really encourage you, the mentees and newcomers, to come here. And I would, because as Dinesh was saying, in the end, the mentoring program is for the newcomers, for the mentees. I would love to hear the experience of the mentees. What did you apply? When you apply, did you really realize that you were applying to this program? Was it clear? What was the purpose? How has it been your experience so far? And I welcome here mentees from this year, but also former mentees to the mic, to Matejka. Don't be shy.
Also, if there are any mentees here who are a bit shy coming up to the microphone, you can actually type in Matejka and your question will be read out or your comment will be read out.
Even with the mentors.
Yeah, even for the mentors, actually. So, anyone?
No mentees doesn't want to share the experience. Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Constance. I'm working for the Federal Agency for Public Safety Digital Radio, so a government network operator. That's my first time at a RIPE meeting, and somebody recommended this mentoring program to me.
Okay.
So on the register form, I didn't recognize it at the first sight, and maybe that's the point to highlight this the setup where I can mark it for the next on the next register form. And and my mentor, he is he participates since over years, so he has a lot of experience, and we keep in touch like after every session, he's asking me, so what are your experiences? What did you hear? And he's introducing me to important people. And so it's easier to get in touch for me with others. And so I can only recommend this kind of program, and I am thankful that this program is there for first time. Yeah,
Good to hear.
attendees like me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Samra. I come from Beach Telecom, Bosnia and Herzegovina. I am a fellow for this RIPE 90. This is my first RIPE meeting. I was also a fellow in Sofia, C13. That's where we met. And after our conversation afterwards, you told me about this mentorship program. And I applied since I thought it would be nice to have someone with experience to tell you important stuff and to get the most of RIPE meeting. So my mentor is Eric, and he's a great guy, and he's really nice to talk to and to meet me with new people, and I'm really glad I applied.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Urban Skodolik. So, well, I'm here. This is my sixth RIPE. It went quickly. My mentor was Livio in Rotterdam. And I think that first thing about a mentor, I think it's how to connect with the community. It's not directly, I think, about which talks are when and so on. But maybe I would like to speak about how can, we have already, it has already been said a few times to, not really, it's not that you are not part of the community, but to really get a hang of the whole community and everything, it takes around 3 RIPE meetings. So the question is, and I think that's just the natural way things are here, huge community and everything, but I would maybe ask how when it comes to the fellowship, how to enable people to come back, because some cannot come back ever with the funds that are needed. And when it comes to mentors, how to maybe persist that over more than 1 RIPE meeting so you can stay in the loop and so on. So on the other hand, the person that I have been stayed in touch is Jan George from Slovenia. And that's who I ask when things are happening on all the other meetings, and also kind of the first one. But Livio did a great job. Please don't take this the wrong way. So I would ask how to persist that for more than 1 RIPE meeting to really integrate people into the community.
Maybe we can take that answer afterwards. I just moved. I will come to you. Thank you. Thank you, Urban, for your feedback. Is there another mentees not in Miteco? No? Then I will move to the next question, and for that, more data. This is something also it's important to comment. It is impressive how many times the RIPE community has volunteered to be a mentor. And we have representation here of many genders, which is also beautiful to see. So that brings the question, what makes you volunteer again and again and again? And what would be your piece of advice for a mentor that is doing it for the first time? So please, mentors, come to the mic. Or to Miteco. Particularly women and other genders as well, please. This is the time. Thank you.
Hi, Ruben Verstaven, currently with Ting Fiber. How I was attended to the mentor program kind of eludes me at the moment, but anyway, as I checked the box because I've been to quite some RIPE meetings, and in the past I thought this is a very tightly knit group. It might also feel like an old boys, old girls network, and if you were a newcomer, it might be very daunting for you to see and how to fit in, if that's the right word. Yeah, at the time it was more like a process, like which could take several meetings, and especially going to the socials before you would might reach the at the same level. The level, if you look at this RIPE meeting and you see the long time attendees coming to the meeting and they hug each other and they greet each other very warmly, and that's a thing. Yeah, you also want to have the newcomers to eventually get that experience.
Mm-hmm. And that was what drove you to become a mentor, to help them.
Yeah, exactly, to help them, but also to tell the stories because of my long time attendeeship. So to say, I know whom to talk to. So I ask the mentee about what are your interests, and then I know I can go to that person and have a little talk with them and try to introduce them with these other long time attendees.
Right. Any piece of advice for first-time mentors based on your experience?
Be curious about your mentee. Ask them what her interests in, and what kind of brings them to the meeting, and have an open mind.
Good. Thank you, Ruben. How do we do this? I don't know how. Okay.
Sorry. Hi, hello. I'm Maria Isabel Gandia from CSUC and CZ.NIC, and I think I have been a mentor because
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Yes, I have. I have, because I want to be part of the community and help the community. And one way to make you feel as part of the community and doing good for the community is that it's not that difficult. Being a mentor is just having a little bit of time for someone who is there for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it can be intimidating the first time you come to a RIPE meeting, and especially if you're a student or a young person, it can be like, 600, 700 people around you that you don't know. It can be a little bit difficult.
Right.
So it makes you feel good. So I would recommend it to everyone because it's a way to help. I would recommend that for first-time mentors also to be curious about your mentee and ask about interests and see how you can steer this person in the right direction, of course. And on the other hand, and for the RIPEstat, I would like to ask for making it easier to volunteer. Somehow it's in the registration form, but I don't feel it like a very easy thing to do, and make it attractive too. It's not attractive right now. You can be there, of course, but it's not something like, wow, I'm going to be a mentor. It's, make it more attractive.
Thank you.
Next one's microphone to my left.
Well, my name is Wolfgang from Punkte in Germany. I was dragged along by a friend to the RIPE meeting some 10 years ago or so, and he introduced me to all interesting people and to the ways this community works long before the mentor program actually existed. So I thought it's a really good thing, and I profited from not yet organized mentor program actually, and I wanted to give it back. And it's actually, I find it quite fun to meet new people every time and learn about different viewpoints and new people in the community. One thing that I would like to have from the RIPE NCC or from RIPE is to make the introductions between mentor and mentee a bit earlier.
Sure.
So it's usually less than a week before the meeting, and that's a very short time. Advice to new mentors. Well, something I found helpful to mentees is before the meeting to introduce them to, stuff like, for example, what to pack, what do people at the meeting. It's information like that. And mentees that I gave that advice thought that was really helpful for them.
Cool.
So, yeah. I experienced very different kinds of mentees. I had, I think, 2 no-shows in the time. I had one mentee who basically came to the community to sell something to people. I told him that would probably not work, but he tried anyway. But most of the others, I think, are still around somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. To my right, and then we'll back to Andre.
I'm Marco Ditri. I have been mentoring since post-COVID all the meetings I attended, because I've been involved with this community for something like 25 years in various ways. So trying to introduce more people seemed like the least I could do. I think RIPE is quite inclusive, that I wanted to be part of that because over the years I made many friends here. I think the mentoring program just works fine. Yes, being introduced a few days in advance could help, but other than that, I can speak for the others, but it has been working well for me, and I think also for my mentees. Thank you.
Any piece of advice for the first-time mentors?
Apply common sense. That's all.
Always works. Thank you.
Hi, this is Andre, I see. So I'm actually a first-time mentor, so I hope you don't mind I jump in. So for what made me volunteer, it was that after COVID, I didn't travel for a while. And then I'm seeing a lot of new people who I don't know. So I also do feel like a newcomer to this community because there's a lot of new, younger people than I am, because I've been doing this for like 20 years. So I found this like a great opportunity to meet new people who come to RIPE meetings to become a mentor as well.
Right.
And what piece of advice would I like to get as a first-time mentor? Well, the problem, well, it's maybe anecdotic because my mentee didn't come because of the visa problem, and I like exchanged an email from him, and his questions are more like policy-based, like should I get a AS number or something? And my feeling about this program is this is more like RIPE community mentor-mentee program, and I will handle this like gracefully. I will like redirect him to the right places, but it would be easier for me if they actually came here to this meeting. But am I right, like feeling this is like more about the community than about the policy and procedures? So that's I don't know as a first-time mentor, because I'm like, well, this just threw me off the track when I got the question from my mentee.
May I answer that?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'm jumping the queue here as well, because the thing is that in answering Andre's question, when I think of the mentee program, I think of it as, and I volunteer time and time again. You can tell me how many times.
5 or 6.
And thank you. And I've also run mentee programs in organizations I've worked in the past. For me, it's about building the community. Because the thing is that we are an aging community, and if we don't find the new entrants into this industry, if you don't find new entrants into the community, we don't find the younger generations, there's no one here to replace us. And then what happens then? So my main thing is, yes, you're right, Andre, it is about growing the community. And as a first-time, advice to first-time mentors is actually, you know, think about it in terms of how does it build your network as well? And you're helping someone, and it's like being a bit like a teacher, where you're teaching someone some skill or you're teaching something, you're actually learning yourself. So while you're growing somebody else's network, you're also growing your own. And that just makes the community work better, more diverse, and then it becomes a sustainable thing.
Thank you.
So, yes, Sebastian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sebastian Becker, Deutsche Telekom.
May I say, Sebastian Becker, 10 times mentor.
Thank you. I was lucky. My mentor, basically, as I joined my first RIPE meeting, was with me because it was my mentor at work, actually, and we joined
the RIPE meeting together. He's a very old timer at that point, was from the beginning of the first RIPE meetings there. So I was introduced into that surrounding, and that's basically what I also want to give back. I was welcomed, I was introduced to people, so why not do it by myself? If I'm now attend since RIPE 54, which is a while. And on the other hand, Danish already mentioned that you would not imagine how many broaden your own scope. I talk now maybe to people I would not talk because it's not directly to do with my work or what I do, but I get some other insights because of that. So I learn as well. So just do it. And I may be a bit blind-eyed at that. I don't prepare a lot for being a mentor. I try to be open for the person that has questions, try to do myself. If they have want to talk to someone, I try to find this this person. That's all. It's not rocket science, but you can, I think, give a lot back to the community, and that's what I like. That's what I do.
May I add to that? The newcomers are new at the meeting, not necessarily new in the industry. So there is a win-win here always.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a time check. We've got about 10 minutes remaining. I believe we have to empty the room in about 10 minutes. Yes, okay. So after Grigana, you will stop the queue there because there's other questions we'd like to ask.
Questions coming.
Online comment from Ember Anna Reimer, speaking on behalf of herself. I think one thing I've noticed is that there is a big inconsistency of what the role of the mentor is expected to be. For example, how much initiative they're meant to take. I know I, as someone fairly new to the community, struggle with getting into conversations with people, but that includes my mentor.
Wow, thank you. Noted.
One more question.
Hello, my name is Gerhard de Lisboa. I'm speaking for myself. And I just had 2 questions. And do you have a written guide or guides about mentoring? And what metrics are you keeping or meant to keep? I'm collaborate with several communities. One of them is the chaos, the community health, and for the open source software. And they do keep a lot of metrics about how to measure the scope or the results of each initiative. And so for mentoring, that is also important, not only for the person, not only for the mentor that's going to know if it's being effective in its work, but also for the mentee to see how well the mentor has performed previously.
Like I said at the beginning, it's been a light touch project that has had huge impact because of the community involvement. There has not been, as I'm aware of, metrics tracking, but since the potential is there and the engagement has been so consistent, as you can see on the data that I have showed with you, that is this conversation happening because we want it to be more. So I'm afraid I can't share more data than I already have. More questions. Mentors. This could be controversial or not, but do you believe this program has the potential to become a powerful tool to identify the future RIPE community leaders? And yes, no, comments? And in the context of this program that has, like I said, has been light touch, that we are reviewing and maybe become something else, more, with more assistance, if you will, how much time would you be willing to commit? Thank you for coming to the mic. Matejka.
Hi, this is Shane Kerr from IBM. I tend to think that potential leaders are self-identifying. Like, you meet them and they're very enthusiastic, they're interested in the subject we're doing, they fall in love with the community, as I hope most of us have, and I don't know that we need I don't know we need a tool to identify them as much as just to remove roadblocks, let people know that it's possible. And I think that's also something that we shouldn't rely on the mentors in particular to do. I think it's more all of us in the community, and the mentors are kind of a first step for that, but that's basically it. So.
Thank you, Shane. Yes.
Hi. I think there's probably...
Your name?
Sorry, my name is Leo, still.
On your camera, sorry.
Sorry, I think there's a few different kinds of people who come to RIPE meetings. Some people come to RIPE meetings for purely functional reasons. They have a problem to solve, they come to the RIPE meeting, they hopefully solve their problem, and they'll never come back.
Right.
Then there are people who are at the start of their career, and they don't know what they're going to do in their career. And they come to the RIPE meeting, and they're going to see if there's a fit. And obviously, we want to be welcoming to both of those groups. And then there are people who want to be in this part of the technology industry. And they're the people who are going to potentially become your future leaders. But distinguishing them is quite difficult, and you want to be welcoming to all of them anyway. So why would you use the mentoring program to go and say, this is where we're going to find the future leaders?
Do you want me to answer that question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, the mic. You know, the magic or the beauty of the mentoring program from my perspective is that it puts together somebody that may have a lot of experience in the industry, but no idea or clue about the RIPE community. And all of a sudden you have this person that is so well-rounded with a huge knowledge in the community and everything in between, and the ecosystem that is immersed. And this dialogue could have potential impact, very profound impact, if we look at it and we take care of it in an appropriate way. I don't want to instrumentalize or put processing in place or anything like that, but I think there is an opportunity that's so magical that, I mean, we need more voices, more diverse. What is the best opportunity than there? With a person that knows well the community gets to know somebody that is new, and we don't miss that opportunity, you know? That's the thing. I think there's a magical moment there that we can leverage. That's it.
That makes sense. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe you can go here now.
Phyllis. Thank you. Phyllis Yilmaz. Straight as an answer to your question, yes. No. and I resonate with what's been said before. And this mentorship program is great. And I think it's a very powerful tool, and we all understand its potential. Please keep it, please improve it. However, the no comes from, you do not want to, this program is a resource to cultivate the new leaders of this community, and lure them, if that's the right word, to point them where they can go. However, it's not a special lane it's not a special lane for leadership.
Right.
We have mechanisms installed in the RIPE community, how to elect leaders, and those are to stay there, whoever and however you happen to feel that you're part of this community. Through the mentorship program, perfect. You maximize your resources to benefit from. But you may have also come to the community through unofficial mentorship programs, like in Sebastian's case. We are colleagues. Often you come with a colleague already, they open the introductions for you, or you have a business motivation to do because it helps you in your network. So let's not make it a special lane for leadership, but something we can use to cultivate that leadership group for the future. And for how much time would you be willing to commit? If this is a question for the mentors, again, I'm asking, again, resonating to the previous comment about having guidelines and specifying the expectations is very important from the beginning. Often the mentor and the mentee, they can have very different expectations from out of this interaction. Yes. Talking about it in a timely manner before you hit the ground. If there is a match between the mentee and mentor as well. Those are very important aspects, and I think people need some time for that, for that to organically evolve. And once it happens, I think that commitment comes more naturally as that time. But really sharing, this is my expectation from you as my mentor or mentee, and can we agree on that, is super important, not only for this program and for this community, it's also the same in other platforms. If you go there into a relationship with different expectations, it can get tricky, as we know. So if RIPE-NCC can help with that, to push mentors to set out, this is how I would like to work. Does it work for you? Hello, my mentee. Mentee becoming a bit more outward, maybe, okay, these are the things I want to get from you as a mentor. And sharing that in advance, I think it will help to grow better grounding for the program.
Thank you very much.
We've only got 3 minutes remaining, so I'll close the line here. Do you want to finish on this question, or would you like to? Sorry about this, but we're very short of time.
No, I think that this is okay. No, come.
We'll continue with that question.
Go ahead.
I'll be very short. So keep it lightweight, because when you put a weight like identify leaders on the mentors, it would probably kill it for me. So keep it very lightweight.
Thank you, Andre. Tasso?
Tasso Mulzer speaking for myself, working with Constance and Gerhard. I keep it short either, yes and no. There are often good mentors are good leaders are good mentors, vice versa. But the people who want to get leaders, most of the times are not good mentors and not good leaders. So you're with calling these two words in one sentence will attract the wrong people. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Salam Yamut, very briefly. Also, the answer is no, because I think of the mentorship program as an equalizer, as a level playing field. That's what the problem is. I remember my debut in the RIPE community. I didn't know the culture, so I was at a disadvantage. So the mentorship program kind of like evens things out. And then whoever wants to become a leader then have the same chances as the other. I have been mentoring unofficially, and I continue to mentor unofficially for all. I prefer women who want to grow and come to leadership position. But for you, next time, I will officially commit to become a mentor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this time. My name is Natalia Filina. I'm presenting here ICANN community, and I would love very shortly to share with you our successful stories. So my answer is yes to this question, and I think we should in our communities need to be very attentive, not only for fellow, but to people who try to be fellow but was refused with some reasons. And usually it's very passionate persons. They would love to participate a lot, and they are searching many other ways to participate in real works. And so you have official mentors inside of our communities, but everyone can be non-official mentors. Yes. So just need to ask questions, just need to participate in real work, in calls every day. So it was my way, and now so I'm having a leadership position inside of my community. So it was a good way and a lot of challenges, but it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing words?
Well, I can only share gratitude for your time. I know it's late and you might be hungry, but I would love if you want to continue this conversation. And I really appreciate you going to the mic. I put some controversial questions, I know, but here is when we get the people talking, and that's what I like the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura.
Sorry, can I just say one closing? I'm listening and I'm just kind of to wrap it up a bit. What I'm hearing from the community, and thanks so much for organizing this, is we should continue the mentorship program in a relatively lightweight fashion, but also learn from other communities how they do it and how they have been successful. Maybe provide some more guidance, like a handbook for mentors, and maybe you could go and interview some, long-term mentors, like some of them were on the mic, to see what worked, but didn't work, and make it a bit more attractive for mentors, and maybe also for mentees to find the tick box on when they register to actually match and to provide more visibility to the program. Just wanted to kind of, in my own mind, kind of summarize what I've heard from the community. I hope I didn't miss anything. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Laura, and thank you, Maria, as well, for your talk earlier. Thank you, everyone, for being here so late. And now on to the social. See you next time.